Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Falcon by Elizabeth Knox and A.M. Myers, narrated by Christian Black and Lori West. Prologue. Falcon. I can't remember the last time we had a blizzard this bad, but it's been a couple of years at least. Here in Portland, we get a lot of heavy rain, as does the rest of the Pacific Northwest. Oftentimes, they don't tell you about how much snow we're set to get. A lot of times, we don't have intense winters, maybe averaging about 5 or 6 inches. But this one blizzard landed us with about 2 feet of snow. So, what does one do in a blizzard where we can't go anywhere? Well, we throw one hell of a party. Seeing as we're feeding about 20 people on the regular, we always have enough food to cook. I have a couple of the club whores go out once every week to go get whatever we need. Otherwise, we don't need much more shopping done. If anything, it's small things for the shop, for working on our bikes and shit, or it's a beer run. Usually Moneybags takes that duty upon himself. The man loves to decompress with some booze a couple nights a week. He doesn't go too far with how much he's drinking, but he definitely has a couple beers to relax. But don't we all? Fuck, if I didn't drink, I don't know how I'd deal with my stress. Kinetic, Charlie, and their daughter Vivi ended up coming here last night before the storm hit. Now they're snowed in, but it's not a big deal. We're all one big family, so I'd rather have everyone in the club here anyway. When we're all in one spot, it's easier to protect our own. Kinetic doesn't live here full-time, though. He and Charlie live a few miles away. I bet you're excited about not having to go to school, huh? I ask Viviana, who also goes by Vivi. She's Charlie and Kinetic's little girl, who Charlie had years ago. She's probably around 11 or maybe 12 years old. Not too long ago, Charlie came back into town to help with her mother. She was going through a divorce at the same time, or maybe it's been finalized. I'm never one to pay too much attention to other people's personal shit like that.
Yeah, but you know what I'm more excited about? Planning my 12th birthday party. Mom and Dad said I could do anything I wanted, so I need to figure that out.
It sounds like you have a lot of important things to mull over.
Mull?
Vivi raises her brows and looks at me in a confused manner. Yeah, it's another word for think about or think over, I guess. I'm not a fucking English teacher. I don't know what I should be telling her.
Weird. I've never read that word before, and I'm a bookworm. Maybe that's what I'll do for my party. Make it something to do with reading, have bookworms and stuff. What do you think I should do, Uncle Falcon?
The fact this kid is so polite always cracks me up. She calls all of us Mr. and then our road names. For all I care, she could call us just by our road names, but I'm sure it's something her mama has her doing. The 3 dogs go running by us and pull me from what Vivi just asked me. One of them is a smaller pup, a Siberian husky. Blue is actually one of my dog's pups. I got first pick of the litter since Ghost was the stud dog, and then came to the realization I didn't need another dog. Kinetic had always wanted another dog, and since he now had Vivi, I thought it would be the perfect opportunity to give her a pup of her own. Vivi named it Blue because of the little dude's blue eyes. Kinetic's German Shepherd Coda that he's had since he was in the service, and Ghost is my white Siberian husky that I've had for many, many years. My boy's probably going to be 7 this year, and I can hardly believe it.
Uncle Falcon?
Vivi pulls me from my thoughts. Well, I think you should do whatever you want to do. What makes you happy? I ask the little girl, and she ponders over it for a few moments.
Reading, but my friends don't like to read as much as I do. I think I should make the theme something else, something they'll like too.
We're not going to have her starting this shit. Fuck them and what they want. It's your party, and you're going to be the guest of honor. All they have to do is support you and do something you want. Your friends will have fun because they're with you. They won't care about the theme or none of that." Vivi giggles lightly, and there are a few moments of silence.
"You really think so?"
"Yeah, I know so. Those little fucks only care about showing up for you." Vivi giggles again and looks around the room nervously.
"Uncle Falcon, you said a bad word twice. Mom told me if I ever said that, I'd get a butt-whooping."
"Oh, well, she'll have to give me mine first, I guess, so you're safe in the meantime." Vivi laughs at my words, and Snowden chuckles lightly. He's only a few feet away from Vivi and me.
"Viviana, it's time for you to go to bed,"
Charlie yells over the music, and Vivi sighs in front of me.
"I'd better get going. I'm going to throw a bookworm party. It'll be fun, and my friends will show up because they're coming for me."
I give Vivi a high five, and she runs off to find her mother. Since she's going to bed, I'm sure things are going to get a bit rowdier. Vivi's the only kid in the club, and for the most part, we keep things very PG when she's around. I'm sure some PG-13 and R-rated shit are happening behind closed doors, but as long as they're behind closed doors, I don't give a shit. As Vivi finds her mother, I watch as Charlie wraps an arm around her. Kinetic's staring at Charlie with their daughter. I want that. I want to look at a woman the way Kinetic is, and undoubtedly know she's my entire world. In the past, I haven't found a woman who I could imagine being with for the long haul. I've had a couple of long-term girlfriends, but the longest might have been 2 or maybe 3 years. They weren't women I could have imagined being the mother of my kids, so I ultimately ended things. The truth is, I want kids, and I want them badly. I just don't know if that'll ever happen for me. I hope it does, but I'm not going to be the person who forces it either. The music is turned up a bit louder as Charlie and Vivi leave, and luckily, Kinetic's bedroom is on the other side of the clubhouse. I doubt they'll hear the music, but I know when I go to bed, I'll keep hearing it. Most of the bedrooms are up on the stairwell, but mine and the VP's bedroom are down the hallway off the main room, in the same hallway the room we hold church is in. The only way to gain access to any of these rooms is through an electronic pin pad. Bowser swings his arm around Feisty and plops her up on the bar. She has red hair, the same color as Merida from Brave. The only reason I know about it is because of Vivi. She watches some Disney TV shows and movies when she's at the clubhouse with her mom and dad. Feisty is a damn good fuck. She's one of the resident club whores, but she's the one who will give you the biggest headache, too. I damn well know she wants someone to claim her as theirs, but with her attitude, I don't know if any of us will. She causes problems, likes to fight, and doesn't mind getting into an argument. I don't think any of my brothers want a woman like that, or a woman we've all practically fucked, but I could be wrong. I have friends from other clubs who have ended up with club whores. My good friend Hammer from the Reaper's Rejects MC ended up making a former club whore Shiloh his old lady. I scan around the rest of the room, and everyone else is having a good old time, but one person in particular is staring right at me. She's a club whore, but she sure as fuck doesn't seem like one when you talk to her. Nama's been with the club for a couple years now. She came in barely 19 years old and is Japanese. I don't know too much about her backstory, but I know she left from the East Coast to escape something. She wanted protection, and in exchange for her keeping us happy, we'll keep her safe. She's the type of woman you can just talk to. Her taking care of us or keeping us happy doesn't necessarily mean sex, whereas with the others, it typically does. I motion with my head for Nama to follow me, and she rises from her seat on a couch. I have my 4th whiskey on the rocks in my hand, and I walk down the hallway toward my bedroom. Once I'm there, Nama starts at the end of the hallway while I'm entering the code to get access to my room. The door pops open, and I walk inside, holding the door open for Nama. She walks inside, and I allow the door to shut behind her.
I can see the pain in your eyes tonight, Falcon. Is something troubling you?
When Nama speaks, it's like she isn't a 21-year-old woman. It's like she's been around for hundreds of years. There's just a lot on my mind, Nama, I tell her, and she offers me a soft smile. She's quiet for a few moments, and then speaks up.
You're the prez of the entire club. Isn't there always a lot on your mind?
She questions with the same soft smile, and I even crack one. I nod my head once. Yeah, you're right about that. I find more times than not, I'm worrying about things within the club or even my brothers. Very recently, I haven't had to worry about our enemies since they've been dealt with, but I know better than to relax. It's in those moments when something comes up that'll surprise you, and not in a good way. I've come a long way since my PTSD diagnosis years ago, but as I go to my bed and sit on the edge of it, my hands begin to shake. They haven't done this in so long, and I hate how the simplicity of my hands shaking makes it seem like I don't have my shit together. Nama comes over to the bed and sits beside me. She takes my hands in hers and lets out a loose breath.
Want to try it with me?
I follow her in breath and then exhale at the same time she does. We do this a few times over and over again until my hands stop shaking. Wow, I didn't think that would work. Nama squeezes my hand.
I never thought it would work either until I gave it a go. I'm glad to have been some help.
Thank you. I appreciate it more than you know. Nama shakes her head.
No, you appreciate it, and I see every bit of your appreciation. You never, not even for a moment, let me doubt it. That's one of the things I love about you, Falcon. You always make sure the people closest to you know that you care about them.
You're too kind to me, Nama, I tell her, and I mean it. Maybe she sees me in a different light, one I didn't even know I had.
I'm not kind unless I'm forced to be. I'm only being honest with you. What is it you'd like to do tonight?
It doesn't take me long to answer her. But first, I finish my whiskey. I just want to not be alone.
Okay,
Nama says, not giving me an ounce of pushback for not fucking her. If it were feisty, I'd never hear the end of it. Thank God for Nama. She'll never be anything more than she is right now, but it's all I need for her. One day, she'll make the perfect woman for a man. But that man isn't me, and she knows it.
Chapter 1. Hermione. Fluffy white bullshit, I mutter to myself, taking a rare spare moment to stare out of the large windows in the front of the shop. I wouldn't say that I hate the offensive flakes that fell from the sky a few days ago, but I'm not a fan either. Unless it's Christmas Eve and I've got a mug of spiked cocoa in my hands as I snuggle in front of a roaring fire. That's the only acceptable time for snow, not the beginning of February. Turning away from the view, I sigh as I look around the Java Zone, the coffee shop I bought a few years back after scrimping and saving for years. It's my pride and joy, but today has been absolute chaos. Since 2 of my girls called out sick with the flu, and I've barely had a moment to breathe, let alone tidy up the place. And believe me, it shows. With a quick glance around the shop to make sure no one needs my immediate attention, I set course for the machines along the back wall and begin tidying up around them, desperately trying to make them look more presentable. After this, I need to head out to the dining room and clear a few tables that patrons have already abandoned, and maybe grab the broom from the back room for a quick sweep. As I run through my to-do list again, the bell above the door jingles twice in rapid succession, and I suck in a breath as I peek over my shoulder. 2 new customers are waiting at the register to place their orders, and I smile as I clock the man leading the line. Harold and his wife Maisie have been regular customers since the day I opened the place 4 years ago, coming in every day to enjoy an afternoon cup of coffee and spend a little time together. Maisie once told me it was their secret to a long, happy relationship, setting aside special time for each other, and that she looked forward to their coffee date every single day. Since both sets of my own grandparents passed away before I was even born, I kind of adopted the couple and looked forward to their visits each day. Maisie was a firecracker of a woman, even in her old age, and I admired the way she commanded respect from people with just a look. And watching Harold look at his wife like he was still a young man, freshly in love with the woman in front of him, instead of the 68-year-old guy the rest of the world saw, made me smile every single time. Unfortunately, we lost Maisie a few months back, and Harold was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's just a few weeks later, so his visits have become more sporadic, but I know he still tries to make it in at least a couple of times a week. "Afternoon, old man," I call, walking up to the cash register with a smile on my face, and Harold wags a finger at me despite the grin he's fighting. "Now don't you start with me, young lady." I feign ignorance, placing a hand on my chest. "Me? I was just saying hello." "If you think I'm buying that act for 1 minute, Hermione," he says before slowly tapping the side of his temple, "then you may be the one losing your senses." "Just trying to keep you sharp, Harold," I tell him, flashing him a wink. "You know what you want today?" His gaze darts to the menu board above my head. Let's see." With a grin, I lean against one of the display cases that hold pastries and wait for him to make up his mind. Harold is a creature of habit in some ways, but he likes to switch it up when it comes to his coffee orders and try new things. The customer behind Harold lets out an exaggerated sigh of annoyance, but I ignore him. The last thing Harold needs is to feel rushed, because it could cause him to have an episode, and I don't want that. "Let's go," the man behind Harold barks. "Some of us have fucking places to be." I arch a brow, meeting the gaze of the man and telling him to fuck off with my eyes before turning back to Harold with a smile. "You take as much time as you need, Harold, and while you figure out what you want, I'm going to warm up your Danish." Relief floods his face, and my heart aches for him as I turn to warm up the one thing Harold always gets when he comes in: a cheese Danish. When Harold was first diagnosed, I wasn't sure how quickly we would start to see the side effects of his disease, but in the last few weeks he's had a harder time finding his words or remembering why he got up from his table and walked over to the napkin station. Sometimes I think about how fast it seems like he's slipping away, and it scares the hell out of me. I know I have no real claim to the man, but he feels like family, and I don't like the idea of losing anyone I care about. Once his Danish is warmed up, I pull the plate from the oven and carry it over to the register. "You got something picked out, Harold?" His brows knit together and he searches my face, looking for guidance, and I know he forgot that he was supposed to be choosing a drink. "Jesus fucking Christ," the man behind him groans. "Move it the fuck along, asshole." Harold is getting flustered, his hand shaking and his face turning red, and an ache begins to pulse in my chest. It's so hard to watch him lose pieces of himself, and I know if Maisie were still here, she would be caring for him and helping him through each day. But Harold is all alone. I think about him sometimes, cooped up in his house just a few blocks away, scared and lonely, and I vow to myself that I'll make more of an effort to stop in and see him from time to time, just to make sure he's doing okay.
Just fucking order something,
the man behind Harold hisses, rolling his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest. Every part of me wants to cuss out this dickwad, but somehow I restrain myself. Harold's hand is resting on the counter in front of him, and I reach over, covering it with my own. Why don't you go have a seat, Harold, and I'll whip up a couple new things for you to try. He shakes his head, his warm brown eyes still looking bewildered.
Oh, I'm not sure.
It's okay, I assure him, patting his wrinkled hand with a smile. I know what you like. There is a pause, and I wait with bated breath to find out if I can get this situation resolved. But then Harold straightens his shoulders and flashes me an appreciative smile.
I would like that, Hermione. Thank you.
I let out a sigh of relief and hand him his Danish. Of course, why don't you head on over to your usual table and I'll be there shortly. He nods, turning away from me, and I take a moment to close my eyes and take a breath. That could have turned out so badly if Harold's confusion had made him lash out at me or any of my other customers, and my heart aches at the thought that it may not be too much longer before I don't see the old man gracing my establishment anymore. As I open my eyes again, the rude customer that was behind Harold steps up to the register and scans the menu. It's rich that he was endlessly bitching about the time Harold was wasting when the asshole didn't even know what he wanted either. As he studies the menu, I do the same to him. It's clear from the cut on his back that he's a biker, and while I know my fair share of bikers, I've never seen him before. Besides, the bikers I do know would never be so callous to an old man who was clearly struggling. So that alone tells me that the man in front of me isn't worth knowing. There's an emblem on one side of his cut with the image of a devil stitched on it, and on the other side is the name Gino peeking out behind a long gray beard. He looks like your stereotypical biker, and nothing like the men of the Deathstalkers MC who come in regularly for coffee or pastries. Where they are all on the younger side and fit, the man in front of me looks dirty and has a bit of a belly. Old, faded tattoos decorated his leathered skin. And I can't help but feel like he's the type of guy that would make you cross the street if he was walking toward you.
I just want a coffee. Black.
He's got to be joking. One good thing about being the owner of this place is that when a customer like this comes in and harasses people I care about, I can tell them to fuck right off without any repercussions. Actually, you can leave. His eyes snap to mine and he arches a single gray brow.
What?
I have the right to refuse service to anyone, I say, pointing to the sign on my right that says just that, as I pin him with a glare. So, you can leave.
I want a coffee,
he replies, like he expects me to jump to attention and do his bidding, and I fist my hand at my side as I shake my head. Then go somewhere else and get it, 'cause it's not going to happen here. The man grits his teeth.
You little bitch. I want a goddamn coffee, and I want it now.
Too fucking bad, I seethe, trying not to raise my voice and disturb my other patrons too much, but this bastard is pushing me past my limits. Get out, before I call the cops. His gaze bounces between me and the front door, gauging his options before he hisses a curse under his breath and slowly backs away from me. His eyes are hard and cruel as he glares at me, slowly stepping backward toward the front door.
You're going to regret this, you cunt.
I shake my head, releasing my fist. No, I won't, actually. He stops in the middle of my dining room and just stares at me for several seconds, and as I chance a quick peek around the room, everyone is watching us, hanging on every single word. The only small relief is that no one has their phones out, recording the confrontation. Finally, Gino nods his head as a slow smile stretches across his face. It's the kind of smile that makes your stomach drop, and I wonder if I spoke a touch too soon when I told him I wouldn't regret kicking him out. Turning, he marches over to the front door and at the last minute grabs a chair from one of the tables before marching out of the shop with it. What the fuck? He's stealing a single chair as retribution? Honestly, I expected more. As soon as Gino is outside, he goes to the window closest to the door and lifts the chair above his head with that same sinister grin on his face. I realize his intention just before he hurls it at the window. It shatters, shards of glass flying everywhere. Shrieks fill the room as the two tables closest to the window scatter back away from the debris, and a harsh, cold wind rushes in through the space where the glass used to be. I look up and lock eyes with Gino as he stands on the other side of the broken window. The jagged pieces of glass that are left are framing his face as he stares at me with that sick little smile. I hold my breath, as does everyone else in the shop, waiting to see if he's going to retaliate further. But he just winks before turning and walking away like he didn't just vandalize my property. What a fucking asshole.
Chapter 2. Falcon. There are remnants of snow on the ground, and I can hardly believe how quickly the city got the roads cleared up. Most of the time, I think they're sitting on their asses twiddling their fucking thumbs. Since they cleaned the roads up pretty well, I decided to take my bike out because who knows when I'll be able to next time. A lot of bikers don't want to ride their bikes in all conditions, but I think you're a fucking pussy if you don't ride your bike as much as you can, especially around these parts. We're in the Pacific Northwest, so of course, rain and snow are a given. The trick is to ride safely in these conditions. Now, when it's snowing and too icy out, it's a no-brainer to leave your bike at home, but there's always a safe way to ride in the rain. I decide to take my time while I'm out, needing to feel the cold air hitting my skin, so I take the long route. In doing so, I end up riding by my friend Hermione's coffee shop, the Java Zone. Only, as I'm heading up to the coffee shop, I notice she's outside in her winter coat with a broom. What in the hell? I change my mind about continuing my leisurely ride and pull into her parking lot. Whoever has her snow removal services hasn't done a horrible job, but fuck if I don't think they could have done a little better. Hermione has older people and even moms with their kids walking in here. Any of them could slip and fall. Maybe she has a shovel so I can clean up some of the chunky parts and put more ice melt down for her. I park my bike and remove my helmet, setting it on the handlebars, then make my way over to her. She's still sweeping, and now I can see she's sweeping glass into a yellow commercial dustpan. She lifts up the dustpan and pours it into a contractor trash bag, then huffs in what I imagine is frustration. "It looks like you had an eventful morning," I say to her as I look at her busted front window. Hermione gives me a knowing look, one that tells me she's already done with the day.
"You have no idea, Falcon. Absolutely no fucking idea."
She grumbles the last part under her breath, and I've never known Hermione as one who gets frustrated easily. Then again, if my window was busted, I'd be a bit irritated too. "You gonna tell me what happened, or am I gonna have to pull the answers out of you?" I question her with a cocked brow as I take the broom and dustpan away from her. There are a few more shards of glass out here, but not too many. I wonder how the inside of the place looks. As I peek in through the window, I notice a chair on the ground with two of the legs broken. It sure looks as if someone threw it inside her shop, but I don't know why in the fuck someone would do that. Hermione's the sweetest woman around. She's the type of woman who takes her leftover food at the end of the day to the homeless so they have something to eat, and she lets them come into the shop to get hot coffee, tea, or whatever else they need. She even has a program where people can donate a meal to the homeless for $5, which is pretty fucking genius and kind if you ask me. Now, she doesn't make a penny off those meals, but she doesn't care. All she cares about is doing right by other people.
I kicked out this ignorant asshole a little while ago. He was incorrigible. I've been in the service industry for so many years now, and I've never had to deal with someone that horrid, and I've dealt with many Karen types. You know what I mean? Hermione tells me as she watches me finish sweeping the last bit of glass up from outside her front window. I keep hold of the broom and dustpan, then grab the contractor bag and walk inside her shop. There's much more glass here, so I take the liberty to help her clean up while we chat. People are assholes. I never expect anything good of them anymore, not after the shit I've seen. If they're decent, it's a plus. But most of the time, people always have to find some way of disturbing someone else's peace or ruining their day. Is this customer a local one? One you've dealt with before? I'm half tempted to give them a piece of my fucking mind. Hermione is a damn ray of light for this community, and going against her will have some pushback from my club. Hermione shakes her head. No, I don't think so. I haven't seen the guy around before.
Maybe he's passing through. But still, if you see him again, you'd best let me know about it. I'll handle it. But have you called a window replacement company? Her window is shot. I mean, it's something I can handle because of my background in construction, but it needs to be completely replaced. She shakes her head.
No, honestly. I've been cleaning up, and I figured I could tape it up until someone got out here. Plus, I'm working by myself today, so I'm doing as much as I can bouncing between taking care of customers and this mess.
Tape it up? She's got to be kidding. No way. It's going to be too cold tonight, and having a taped-up window is just begging for someone to come into the shop after you close and steal your shit. I imagine those coffee machines are expensive, are they not?
They're around $3,500 each for the espresso machines, and that's not even counting the ovens, displays, all the other stuff, Hermione tells me.
I know for certain she invested every penny into this place, so I'm not going to let her have even the slightest risk of someone stealing it. All right, so how about this? I'm going to run back to the clubhouse and pick up my truck and tools. I'm going to measure the window, and we can get started from there. Hermione waves her hands in dismissal.
No, it's okay. I can call my insurance and get a company to come out. It'll all be covered and all that.
That'll take time, and I want to get you squared away before then. Plus, this is what friends do for one another. They help out when one of them needs it. Hermione bites her bottom lip and looks out the window, then back over to me.
I don't know, Falcon. I don't want to put you out.
You're not putting me out in the slightest. You do a lot for the community, so let me help you. If it makes you feel better, I can let you know the frame is aluminum, and it'll be a piece of cake to replace. The only issue might be finding an exact match, so I might need to grab a close match to what you already have. If I can't find something similar, I'll get two of the same thing, so your shop gets a little facelift at the same time.
All right. Thank you. Whatever you can find is fine. I'm not picky, and you know it.
Hermione shoots me an appreciative smile, and I nod at her. Okay, and this is my treat. You always take care of my brothers when they come in here, and you hardly let us pay. So these windows will pay you back for all the free coffee and food you've given us. And before you even start, I don't want to hear any pushback on the matter.
You drive a hard bargain, having me not pitch a fit about it and all.
I laugh at her comment, and she does the same. Hermione looks at me through those long, thick lashes of hers, And fuck if I'm not thinking of her in a different light. Now, don't get me wrong. She's a beautiful woman. She's got a banging body. She's not too thin, but isn't what I'd call fat by any means. She's a thick woman, and I like having something to grab onto. She's got thick, dark, chocolate-colored curly hair, and it's all natural, whereas her eyes are more of a burnt amber color. Do you need any help at the shop today since it's just you?
You're already helping me out so much. I don't want to add more to your plate.
You're not. Now answer the question. Hermione's eyes flash with surprise as I get a little demanding with her.
2 of my girls are out right now with the flu, which is why I'm short-staffed. Honestly, having a couple more hands around here would totally help, but you're doing so much already.
Stop with that. I'm here to help when I can, and I can help you out right now, so I'm going to. Since they have the flu, I'm going to make sure you have some help here for the next couple of days. Okay? Hermione nods her head once, but doesn't say a word. I'll bring them with me when I come to measure the window later. That way, you can show them the lay of the land and all that. Sound good?
Yeah. And, Falcon, thank you so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you for all of this.
I'll tell you what. You make me some of them monster cookies. The ones with the chocolate chips, M&Ms, and oatmeal in them. I fucking love those things, girl. I could eat a whole batch by myself. Hermione throws her head back and laughs.
Okay, I'll whip some up for you and only you.
She winks at me, and I have a hard time telling if she's flirting with me or just being thankful. I'm going to assume it's the latter until she acts that way toward me again. Then, maybe I'll realize it's something more. Hermione and I say our goodbyes, and then I get back on my bike and head back to the clubhouse. Her coffee shop is about 10 minutes away from the club, so I'm there in no time. I pull my bike into the garage we have attached to the clubhouse, park it, then walk into the club's main room by the doorway that leads in there. The first 2 people I spot are Kinetic and Horseman, who are sitting at a table shooting the shit.
You were out for a while. All good?
Horseman questions. Yeah, I'm good. But Hermione isn't. She had a rowdy customer in there this morning that she had to kick out. Bastard threw a chair through one of her coffee shop's front windows. I shake my head, growing more aggravated by the moment. How someone could do this to her just pisses me off.
What?
To Hermione? The woman who feeds the homeless? You've got to be kidding me, brother, Horseman grits, obviously not happy with any of this either. Yeah, it's fucking horse shit. She know the person who did this? Kinetic questions. No, someone she thinks was passing through. Trust me, if she knew their name or anything, we'd be handling the fucker for her. I kind of hope he shows up again so I can teach him a fucking lesson, I grit, clenching my jaw in the process. I'm gonna bet we're helping her out then? Horseman questions, and I nod. Yeah, but not just us. Nama, legs! I call for 2 of the resident club whores, and they immediately get up from where the 2 of them are sitting and come over.
What's up, Falcon?
Nama asks, narrowing her brows as she waits for an answer. Meanwhile, Legs is licking her lips. I'm sure she's hoping it's something fun, but I know she isn't going to like what I'm about to tell her. My friend Hermione's coffee shop was vandalized today. I'm going to help her sort that out, but she's short-staffed. 2 of her workers have the flu, so I need the 2 of you to help her at the shop. Ringing people up, maybe making some specialty coffee drinks and shit. I'm not really sure what it is. She'll tell you all that.
Okay.
Nama's immediately on board, so I look at Legs. Legs brushes her long blonde hair behind her shoulders.
I mean, yeah, I'll help out. She's got some killer pastries there. That chick never charges me, Falcon. Isn't that the craziest?
No, she doesn't like charging anyone in the club or associated with it. She's a good friend like that, so I expect you'll be a good friend back and help her out.
Obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed.
Legs comments back in a bit of a sassy tone, but she's still not as sassy as Feisty is. Feisty's someone I never would have had help out at Hermione's place. Hermione's had a stressful enough day, and she doesn't need more stress added to her plate right now. She needs help, and Nama and Legs will be a great help to her. Get changed into some PG-friendly clothing. T-shirts and jeans are the basic minimum. I'm gonna grab my tools, and then meet me in the garage at my truck. Both of the girls nod and head up the stairwell to go to their bedrooms. I'm sure when we get back to the Java Zone, Hermione's going to be ecstatic. All I want to do is help the woman out. She does so much for the community, and it's the least we can do for her.
Chapter 3. Hermione. Sinking into one of the tables closest to the counter, I bring the steaming mug of coffee to my lips and take advantage of the late-day lull in customers to watch Falcon work as he adds the last few finishing touches to my brand-new window. I honestly can't believe how much he and the club have shown up for me today after my hellish morning. Falcon, Nama, and Legs have been here since just after lunchtime, and I don't think I would have survived this day without them. Now, though, I'm just ready to go home, sink into a hot bath, and soak until I forget the rest of the world exists. Well, except for maybe him. Falcon peels his cut off his back and neatly folds it before laying it on top of one of the tables behind him. His black tee stretches across his broad shoulders, protesting the sheer size of them as he walks back over to the window and dips a rag into a can of stain. He begins rubbing it along the frame of the window he'd just finished installing, and I appreciate the way the muscles of his arms bunch and stretch with each movement. Maybe the best part about this whole picture, though, is the worn tool belt he's got slung across his hips. My teeth sink into my bottom lip as I continue watching him, imagining the man on a warm summer day in the same getup, sans shirt. Good God, it should be illegal for a man to look that damn good. Shaking my head, I force my gaze away from him as I take another sip of my coffee. Lord knows I've had a crush on the man for years now, but he doesn't see me that way. It's disappointing as hell, but I'm not about to try to force myself on someone who isn't attracted to me. That doesn't mean I don't flirt here and there, though. In fact, some days I just can't help myself, and usually Falcon walking in to get a drink is the highlight of my week. I really do need to move on, though, because at this point, it's just sad. Maybe I could let my little crush go if I ever went out with anyone else, but with as many hours as I put in here, I don't know where the hell I would find the time. Hermione? I glance over my shoulder to where Nama is wiping down the back counter. Yeah, hun? You want me to clean these espresso machines? She points to the 3 machines in front of her that cost more than my first car, and I shake my head. The damn things are finicky, and I usually don't let new employees do it themselves until they've watched me disassemble them at least a few times. No, but if you could box up the leftover pastries from today, that would be a huge help. I've got to run those across town as soon as I close. She nods and grabs one of the pastry boxes next to the display and quickly folds it into shape before loading the leftover food inside. With the cold temps and snow over the last few days, I've been extra worried about the homeless folks that I take care of from time to time. I do what I can for them, but they still don't have much, and with this weather it would be all too easy for someone to get into a life-threatening situation. Pursing my lips, I turn to look at the heaps of snow outside the shop. Maybe I should bring them hot cocoa and tea as well to try to help them stay warm tonight. Speaking of which, Falcon says, drawing my gaze back to him as he checks his watch. Isn't it about that time? I glance up at the clock and nod. Yeah, you can go ahead and lock that front door if you want. I'm going to take a minute, and then I'll get this place put back together. I swear I haven't stopped moving since we opened this morning.
Have Legs or Nama do it,
he says, walking over to the front door and flicking the lock.
I'm fucking tired just from watching you run around this place all afternoon, and you deserve a break.
Before I can even protest, Legs is out from behind the counter with a rag in her hand, scrubbing tables, and Nama is wiping down the espresso machines. The argument is on the tip of my tongue, and it takes every ounce of restraint in my body, but I manage to keep my mouth shut as they get to work tidying up the place. Honestly, now that Falcon mentions it, I'm exhausted. Every single muscle in my body aches. There is a dull throbbing just behind my eyes, and I can't remember if I ever even ate lunch. Do these need to be taken apart? Nama asks again, pulling me away from cataloging the pain in each area of my body, and I look up as she points to the machines. Nodding, I stand and grab my coffee before walking over to her and showing her the parts that need to be pulled off. After she's done and each machine has been disassembled successfully, I point to the door that leads to the back room. Go ahead and take those to the back. I'll get them washed and put back together once you guys are done. She frowns. I can do it, Hermione. No, I answer, shaking my head and laying my hand over her arm. As tired as I am, I won't be able to find the words to tell her how much I appreciate all her help today, and the least I can do is get these pieces washed and the machines reassembled after they leave. Besides, this is my favorite time, when the shop is quiet and I can soak in the victory of another successful day in business. You have been so much help, honestly, so the least I can do is take care of that. She studies me for a moment, her gaze infinitely wiser than her 21 years before she gives me one sharp nod and steps past me toward the door. She disappears for just a moment before coming back out with a broom in her hand. I'll get the floor swept then. I smile as she walks away from me and call out, Thank you.
Darling, how many times do I have to tell you to stop thanking us?
Falcon asks, his voice closer than I expected, and I spin around with a quiet little gasp. He grins, holding his hands up in surrender.
Didn't mean to scare you.
I shake my head. You just startled me, and you can repeat it as many times as you like, but I'm going to keep saying thank you because I'm too damn tired to come up with anything more eloquent to express my gratitude.
You don't need to say anything.
I hold a hand up to stop him. Nope, I don't want to hear it. You went out of your way to help me today, and that deserves as many thanks as I can muster.
What do you think?
He asks, gesturing toward the window, and I turn to look. I stare at it for a second before squinting my eyes and tilting my head to the side. If I hadn't witnessed the asshole Gino throwing a chair through the damn thing, I wouldn't even be able to tell that it wasn't the same window it's always been.
I couldn't get exactly the same thing, but I think it's pretty close.
I nod, taking a sip of my coffee before I turn to him, leaning my hip against the counter. I honestly can't even tell that it's any different, Falcon. It's almost like you've used that tool belt before. He laughs, trying his best to pretend to be offended.
You're doubting me?
Well, I hide my smile behind my coffee cup as my voice trails off and his eyes meet mine. Ugh, those eyes. They're my kryptonite.
If you lacked faith in my abilities, then why did you let me do all this?
He asks, motioning to the window he just repaired, and I shrug. You were just so insistent that I figured I was the one doing you a favor, and you know how giving I am. I add a wink for a little flair, and his eyes widen as he watches me. Seconds tick by, and just when I think that it's about to get awkward, a slow grin stretches across his handsome face and he arches a brow.
Is that so, Saint Hermione?
I bring my mug to my lips and take a sip, never taking my gaze from him as I hum. Anything else you need us to do? Legs asks, breaking the spell between Falcon and me. As I turn to look at her, I scan the shop. For the most part, it looks like the girls have gotten it put back together, and I don't mind finishing up the last few things, so I shake my head and flash her a smile. No, it looks good. Nama walks over to us and leans the broom up against the wall. Thank you again, all of you. I don't know if I would have survived today without your help. Falcon crosses his arms over his chest as he knits his brows together and studies my face.
You sure you don't need anything else, Hermione? Don't be a martyr and take on more than you can handle.
No, honestly, I'm just going to finish up a few things here and take those pastries over to the homeless camp before heading home.
Okay,
he says, glancing over at the girls before turning back to me.
You need them again tomorrow?
I shake my head. Nope, Callie and Sage texted me earlier to say they are starting to feel better and they think it was just a 24-hour thing. And we're usually closed tomorrow, so by the time we open again, they'll be back. After a little more back and forth, Falcon finally gives in, and I throw in another thank you for all their hard work today before the three of them take off. Once I'm alone again, I grab my mug off the counter and pull my phone out of my back pocket to turn on some music as I walk into the back room. Side of a Bullet by Nickelback starts playing through the phone's speakers, and I place it on a shelf so it doesn't get wet as I head over to the sink to start washing the espresso machine parts, but stop short. Nama, I whisper as I stand in front of the faucet, inspecting the already washed parts lying on a clean towel next to the sink. I have no clue when that girl snuck back here and washed these, but she was bound and determined to help me as much as possible, whether I was willing to accept it or not. I don't like asking people for help. I'm not any good at it, and it makes me uncomfortable, which is maybe why I need folks in my life like Nama and Falcon, who will force the help on me no matter what I say. Shaking my head, I head back out into the front of the shop and gather up the trash bags that Legs pulled from the bins before she left and head toward the back door. I think after this, all I really need to do is get some hot cocoa and tea made, and then I'll be ready to head out for the night. Maybe I should do something special for Nama and Legs as well as make the monster cookies for Falcon as a way to say thank you. Legs absolutely loses her mind over my mother's cheesecake recipe whenever I have it in the shop, and Nama will do just about anything to get her hands on Callie's blueberry muffins. I could run by the store tonight and grab stuff for Falcon's cookies as well as the cheesecake, and then sweet-talk Callie into baking an extra batch of muffins for me the next time I see her. As exhausted as I am, I don't love the idea of adding one more task to my to-do list, but it's the least I could do for them after all their help today. A harsh winter wind slaps me in the face as soon as I open the back door, and I shift the bags of trash into one hand in an attempt to pull my coat tighter around my body as I trudge over to the dumpster across the alley. As soon as I reach it, I fling the top up and toss the bags in one by one before quickly slamming the lid back down and turning back toward the door. Something smashes into the back of my head, and pain radiates through my skull as the world around me spins before fading off into the darkness.
Chapter 4. Falcon. I finished helping Hermione get things settled with her window earlier today. I ended up finding a close enough match to the window she had. All I had to do was stain the window a shade darker, and it practically looked like the same damn thing. I wouldn't have minded getting her 2 brand new windows, but I'm glad I found something pretty close. She seemed really happy about it, too. I don't know if I'm overthinking it or not, but Hermione seemed a bit flirty with me today. Now, if she was any other woman, I'd probably jump into it and see where it could potentially go. But I've known Hermione for years, and we're good friends. The last thing I'd want to do is ruin our friendship by taking it sexual, but I can't deny I find her attractive. Not only physically, but on the inside as well. It's later in the day, and I need to call church, but not everyone's here at the club. So I decide to send a text out in our group chat. To Deathstalkers MC. Church in 30. Last one there scrubs the toilets with their toothbrush. That ought to get everyone's attention. Immediately, Raja, Vader, and Merlin get up from the booth they're sitting at and head down the hallway. They punch the code into the door and disappear. I laugh to myself, and a couple of my brothers who hold officer titles smirk in amusement. We gonna take bets on who's gonna be the last one in, Prez? Horseman cackles, and I glance over at him with raised brows. There are 3 men who aren't at the club right now. Moneybags, Hawk, and Snowden. Snowden doesn't get into church anyway since he's a prospect, so that leaves Moneybags or Hawk. My VP is almost always on time, so I have my answer. Moneybags, hands down. He's late to everything. The man can never shut his lips. If a woman talks to him, he'll keep flapping his jaws for the next hour, not even realizing the time. I shake my head, and Horseman nods a couple of times. I don't know. Hawk's been going out a bit more lately. He might be busy and late. You never know these days, Horseman adds, and it makes me wonder what Hawk's been up to. He's probably out getting some ass, but he's got 4 women here who willingly give it up whenever they're being asked to. We each have our own shit to be doing. I'm not sweating it if he's late. It just means he'll be cleaning the toilets with his toothbrush, I comment, and Horseman grabs onto the neck of his beer and takes a swig. Feisty gets up from where she's sitting at the bar and throws her long, copper-red hair behind her shoulders. She saunters the entire way over to me and slides her ass onto the table directly in front of where I'm sitting. You looking for anyone to keep you company tonight, handsome? Feisty's a good fuck, but I'm not looking to have her get close to me. I know what she wants, and I'm not giving it to her. She'll be lucky if any of my brothers give her a chance at being more. Hell, a lot of us haven't been fucking around with her because we know exactly what she's looking for. None of us want that level of crazy to be following us around, causing more of an issue and adding more stress than we already have. It's not worth getting our dicks wet for that much of a headache. Nah, darling. All I'm looking for is to get some good sleep, I answer her, and I'm being honest. Even if one of the other club whores came up to me, I wouldn't be looking for any sex from them either. What in the hell is going on lately? Hardly anyone wants to touch me, and I seriously don't get it. I could be honest with her, or I could act like I don't know a damn thing. Do you want me to act like I don't know shit, or do you want me to tell you the truth? She blinks a couple of times, and with each blink, she looks like she's going to literally burst into flames. I don't know why in the hell you'd even ask me that. Of course I want to know the truth. I want to know why everyone's being so fucking weird around me lately. I swallow hard, already knowing Feisty is going to blow up once I unleash the facts on her. I settle back into my seat a little bit more and look into her jade green eyes. She's a beautiful woman, but her looks aren't the problem here. It's her damn attitude. Sweetheart, you have this way about you that not many of us like. You're cool to shoot the shit with, but when push comes to shove, you get up in our faces, try to throw your weight around like you have some, and give us a headache. As I'm speaking, Feisty's mouth shifts into a small O, and she raises her brows like everything I'm saying is a damn near shock to her. We have enough shit to deal with, and you're a club whore, which means you signed up to be in your position. No one forced you to do what you do, yet you throw attitude around all the time like you were forced into it. That's why everyone's being fucking weird about shit. No one wants to be around you, and you've made it that way, not them. Now, I think you're trying to fix the problem here, so I'm trying to help you out. Do you want to fix the problem, Feisty? I look her up and down, and Feisty swallows hard before brushing her fingertips through her hair.
I mean, I didn't think there was anything I was doing wrong. Sure, I'm a little straightforward, but I make my wants known, Feisty tells me, and the woman's really making it convincing that she doesn't think she did anything wrong. I'm not trying to be a dick here, but I feel like the only way she's ever going to learn is if I'm as blunt as I can possibly be. Keep them to yourself. No one here wants to know about them, and if they do, they're going to ask. Now, part of me is hoping what I've just said will convince her to go off and leave the club. I'm constantly hearing about how Feisty is too much to handle, and she's pissing everyone off. She's even thrown attitude around at Charlie, and that isn't going to fly. Charlie is an old lady, and Feisty is easily replaceable. Maybe that's something I should bring up in church. Wow, that's such a dick thing to say,
Feisty snaps and scoots off the tabletop in front of me, then heads straight for the stairwell. Now that's over with, I rise from my seat and head off toward the room where we hold church. I go to the head of the table and then take a seat. Every few minutes, as time passes by, more of the club comes inside, and just as I thought, Moneybags is the last one in the room.
You gotta be fucking kidding me,
he groans as he comes into the room and then heads to his assigned seat. The rest of the brothers laugh, tickled that they're not going to face the same grueling task as him. After a little bit of laughter, I slam my gavel down on the table and look out at my brothers. Silence rings out in the room, and everyone's eyes are on me. Now, there are a couple of things I want to bring up today. The first is going to be a vote a lot of you will have no problem with. I start off, gauging their reactions. Kinetic is the first to smirk, because he's been waiting on me to bring this up for a while. Feisty has become a problem for a lot of us. She often forgets her place and creates issues that disturb the peace in the club. I'm bringing up a motion to decide her fate here with the Deathstalkers MC. Do we want to vote her out, or give her a second chance? I'd like to vote her out. She's disrespected Charlie multiple times, and I think the next time, Charlie might just kill her. Kinetic speaks up. I'd say give her a second chance. She isn't too bad. Moneybags shrugs his shoulders. Kick her out. She's too much of a damn headache, Hawk states, and Kinetic nods in agreement. Kick her to the curb, Raja says, and I notice a couple guys in the club look around. They're actually giving this some thought versus kicking her to the curb out of spite. I look over to Merlin next, and he looks at Kinetic. Man, you know we all love Charlie, but I say we give her a second chance. Maybe a stern talking to from the entire club will get her taking things seriously for once. Nothing will ever make her take shit seriously. She doesn't give a fuck about what we say. Feisty's gonna keep being a giant-ass headache for all of us. I say she's out, Horseman states. She's had more than enough chances to change her ways, Vader comments. Anyone can change, boys. We're all proof of that. I'm sure we've made mistakes in the past, but we found a way past it, Bones says, but I'm not surprised. He'll always give someone a chance to do better and be better. I'm with Bones. Give her another shot, Moneybags comments. Right now we have 5 who say she should get out of our club, which means Feisty leaving the club could very much be a reality. Give her another shot. I know she's a pain in our asses, but I did tell her a very blunt truth tonight. She might even make the decision to leave all by herself if she can't accept what I told her. Until then, let's give her one last chance. Hell, we might just have church again in a few days and vote on it again with different answers, or she could be gone. Now, for our second order of business, I wanted to let you know that I've decided that keeping any sort of business with the Toxic Warriors MC is off the table. I've been butting heads with their prez as of late, and it's just better that our clubs agreed to part ways. I reached out to their prez, and it's an amicable separation if that's what we should even call it. Now, in making that decision, I also got a request from another club we've never dealt with before, the Bayou Devils down in Louisiana. They want to know if we can offer housing and safety to women and children leaving domestic abuse situations. To some of them, we'd essentially be the start of their new life or a safe house. Shit, I think that would be a great thing to do, Bones says with a beaming smile across his face. Only 'cause you want a woman desperate enough to be with you, Moneybags comments, and the entire table begins to laugh. Seriously, all raise your hand if you think it would be good for the club, or if you're just down to do it. I look around at every brother, and just as I thought, everyone has their hand raised. Just as I thought. Perfect. I'll reach out to Storm and let him know. Those are the only orders of business I wanted to discuss today. Church is adjourned. I slam my gavel back down on the table and look over to Moneybags. You better go get your toothbrush.
Chapter 5. Hermione. Ow. As I slowly fade into consciousness, the first coherent thought that runs through my foggy mind is my body hurts. Everywhere. And while most of it is a dull ache that is manageable and easily explained, my throbbing head is another story. As I focus on it, the pain increases. It slices through my skull like an axe. And I hiss at the blinding sensation before drawing in a slow, deep breath. Just don't think about it. It's easier said than done, but I somehow manage to force my focus away from the agony echoing throughout me and try my best to piece together some answers. Did I go out last night and enjoy one too many cocktails with my girl? You'd think I would be able to remember deciding to go out and get so hammered that I'll be unable to get out of bed for a few days. Well, okay, so maybe I wouldn't remember all of the night, but I would certainly remember the beginning of it, and nothing is coming to me. So then why the hell do I feel like death warmed over? Keeping my eyes closed so I don't irritate my head any further, I run through what I can remember. I was alone at the coffee shop for most of the morning, since Sage and Callie both called out sick with the flu. Then I had to kick that rude customer out, and he threw a chair through the front window. Falcon stopped by, and... Falcon. He, Legs, and Nama were helping me close the shop, but then I sent them away so I could quickly do the last of it before heading home. I was taking the trash out, but after that my memory was blank. What the hell? Why can't I remember what happened after I took out the trash? Movement jostles my body, sending a wave of pain through me. But it clears my mind a fraction, and I freeze as I use my other 4 senses to scope out where I am. The scent of motor oil and leather is prevalent above anything else, and the faint hum of traffic reaches my ears. Reaching down slowly to not draw attention to myself until I know where I am, I feel the floor beneath me and scowl. It's soft, like fabric, but also somehow rough at the same time. Cheap carpet, maybe? My head is leaning against something, and I reach over, feeling the cool, hard surface beneath my face as I try to put all the pieces together. There she is. Every muscle in my body locks up at the sound of the gravelly voice not far from me, and despite the very loud voice in my head begging me not to open my eyes, I know it's time to face reality. I take a breath to steel myself before peeling my eyes open. As they adjust to the darkness all around me, I squint, trying to make out the faint outline of a face across from me when warm light floods the space. Oh, shit. I'm in what looks to be some kind of construction van. You know, the big white panel vans they warn little kids not to take candy from? And across from me is none other than the asshole who threw a chair through my window this morning. As the light fades again, I turn and look out through the windshield. The road we're on isn't too busy, so that means we may be away from the city, but it's still well lit by city-maintained streetlights, so we can't be too far from civilization either. Although I have absolutely no idea how long I've been out, so really, we could be anywhere.
Do you know who I am?
I turn back to look at the asshole. He watches me patiently from a steel bench lining one side of the van. His elbows are braced on his knees, and he's leaning forward, studying me as he waits for my answer. I was going to go with a psychopath, but I only did 1 semester of psychology in college, so take my diagnosis with a grain of salt. He grins, and the unhinged nature of it makes me shiver.
Now, that's not what I asked, sweetheart. I said, do you know who I am? Not what I am.
My answer still stands. I shoot back, using every ounce of false bravado I have, because while I've never been in a situation like this before in my life, I think appearing weak will make things worse for me, although maybe I want him to underestimate me. He laughs.
All right, Hermione, we'll go with that. For now.
How in the hell does he know my name?
But if I'm a psychopath, then as my daughter, what does that make you?
I blink at him as we pass under another streetlight, and his eyes glow with a predatory nature that raises every single alarm I've got. Are you saying you're my father? He nods, his grin growing.
That I am.
No, you're not. I fire back without thinking. I don't know who the hell this guy is or what he wants from me, but he is most certainly not my father. My dad has been in my life since the moment I was born. He proudly wears the ugliest loafers I've ever seen and went to every single dance recital or school play I was ever in. I mean, the man's an accountant, for Christ's sake. Not this asshole biker in front of me. I know my dad, and it sure as hell isn't you.
See, here's where you're wrong,
he growls, leaning back in his seat. We pass by a streetlight again, and as it illuminates his face, the rage staring back at me makes me shrink away from him. Unfortunately, there's nowhere to go.
Your cunt of a mother left me when she found out she was pregnant with you. Never even told me. Can you fucking believe that?
Yes, I can.
Then, as luck would have it, I was in town 2 weeks ago and saw her at the grocery store, so I decided to follow her home.
Why? The man can't possibly be holding out hope that my mom would come back to him after all these years, and he doesn't seem like the sentimental type, so why bother with following her?
All those years ago, she made a fucking fool of me, and she needed to be taught a lesson. She needed to know that leaving me was the biggest fucking mistake of her entire life.
He grins again as he slowly rubs his hands together in front of him.
So I watched, and I waited, until your mother and that bastard Bert left one night, before breaking in.
My mother had mentioned to me that someone had broken into their house while they had been out at the movies, and we all chalked it up to a run-of-the-mill robbery.
Never would I have thought it could be something this sinister. Why? I ask again. It doesn't make sense to me. Sure, he wanted to make my mother pay, but why break in when he could just exact his revenge? I like to get to know my target. It's been a long time since I knew your mom, and I needed to know exactly where to hit for maximum pain, which is how I found you. Your mom and Bert had this safe hidden in the floor of his office, and in it was everything I needed to know about you. See, I didn't even know you existed until I found those papers, and once I did, everything else fell into place. I arch a brow. That still doesn't prove anything, doesn't it? Your mother and Bert didn't even meet until you were already 2 years old, so how could he be your father? I barely resist the urge to roll my eyes. My parents have been together for 34 years, and I just turned 31. So tell me again how you managed to procreate with my mother. Is that what they told you? He asks with a laugh, leaning back against the side of the van and crossing his arms over his chest. Sweetheart, they lied. Right. Like I'm going to believe some random asshole who not only threw a chair through my shop window, but also waited around in the alley outside my place to bash me over the head and abduct me over my own parents. Besides, why would they lie? While it's not the most savory story, if my mom had gotten pregnant by someone else and then met my dad, it wouldn't have mattered. Unless there is some truth to the man's story, and my parents kept the truth of my conception a secret to protect me. Have they really been lying to me for my entire life, though? I wouldn't have thought them capable of that level of deception, but I don't like how well all the pieces are falling into place. You're starting to understand, he states, staring at me intently, and I meet his eyes, the exact same color as mine, and try my best to appear unbothered as I shrug. So what if you are? I have an amazing dad, and whether I share your genes or not isn't going to change that. At most, you're a sperm donor. The smile melts off his face, and he leans forward again as he arches a brow. You sure that's how you want to play this? That's the way it is, I answer, lifting my chin in defiance. I refuse to look weak in front of this man, no matter who the hell he is. He watches me for a moment before the smile returns to his face, and he nods. Have it your way, then. I want to ask him what that means, but before I can force the words out, the van begins to slow, and I look out of the windshield as we pull into a roadside motel. The vacancy sign flashes above us as whoever is driving the van maneuvers us past the front office, almost like they're begging folks to come stay here. My stomach drops, and there is a heavy weight on my chest as the van pulls to a stop next to at least 6 bikes. Okay, Hermione, you need a game plan. I glance out of the back of the van, noticing the office again, and while I could easily reach it to try and get help, I can't guarantee whoever is inside will be sympathetic to me, especially since the asshole who claims to be my father seems so at ease here. He doesn't have a care in the world about carrying a screaming, flailing woman into one of the hotel rooms, so whoever works here is probably happy to turn a blind eye to anything these men do, as long as they get paid. Chewing on my bottom lip, I desperately try to come up with another option, but all I can come up with is nailing Gino here in the balls and hoping it buys me enough time to run and find somewhere to hide. It's not great, but maybe it could work.
Whatever happens, I have to try because I'm not about to go down without a fight. The man behind the wheel gets out, and I take a deep breath, preparing myself to act when the moment is right, but the slight chuckle from the other side of the van steals my attention. Gino rises from his seat, having to crouch to not smash his head on the roof as he pulls something from his pocket. The back doors open, allowing light from the parking lot to flood in, and my eyes widen at the needle coming right for me. Rough hands grab my arms and hold me in place. I fight against them, terror gripping my heart like a fist as I watch Gino get closer and closer to my neck with the needle. No, I can't let him inject me with whatever that is, or I'll never make it out of here. Rocking my shoulders against the other man's iron hold, I kick my legs out in front of me, hoping to catch Gino where I know it'll hurt. But the bastard is nimbler than I thought he'd be, and he manages to pin my legs down and straddle them. With a firm grip, he holds my jaw in his hand and turns my face away from him. Tears sting my eyes, and I fight as hard as I can, but between the two of them, I'm barely moving. "No!" I cry out as the thin needle pierces my neck, and a single tear streaks down my cheek as I let the fear I was hiding before rush forward. My vision swims as Gino releases my jaw and stands over me, that awful fucking smile on his face. The world around me starts to spin, and panic grips my heart as I fight the drugs with everything I have. But I only last a few precious moments before my world plunges into darkness once again.
Chapter 6. Falcon. Almost all of the snow from the blizzard a couple of weeks ago is finally gone. I kind of expected it to melt off quicker than it did, but it lasted for a while. We had a couple of small flurries between now and then, but they didn't affect us at all. The roads aren't icy, and there isn't any call for freezing rain or snow today, so I head out into the garage and open one of the bays. Hermione's been coming across my mind a bit, and I have had a feeling deep inside me like I should stop in the Java Zone and say hi. It's been 2 days since I helped her with that entire window fiasco. Not only can I see her, but I can get a nice cup of coffee and maybe a warmed-up pastry. It doesn't seem like a bad idea, so I head over to my bike, put on my helmet, and then mount her. After a few moments, I start her up and pull out of the garage bay. One of the other brothers will make sure the garage door is shut behind me. We always do that for one another when one of us leaves, especially in the winter months. The ride isn't too cold since I have multiple layers on. Sure, I've got the essentials like a long-sleeve undershirt, boxers, and long dicky socks, but I have jeans on as well, a long-sleeve shirt, a fleece-lined jacket, and my cut over the top of that. Not to mention my gloves, and I already had a face mask on. They sort of look like the type you'd try to rob a bank in, only showing part of your nose and your eyes. There's an obvious chill as I'm riding around, but it isn't too bad. Then again, I think if you complain about shit like this, that you're not an ironclad biker. Instead, you're just a pussy-ass bitch. I take the scenic route and then come up to the Java Zone, but the neon open sign Hermione has on by now isn't flashing. There's been a few nasty colds and the winter flu going around, so maybe she's sick. I hope she isn't, but I bet that's the only reason she'd be closed. The last time I saw her, I think she said a couple of her girls had the flu. I know where she lives, so maybe I'll grab a couple of essentials and stop by her place. You know, tissues, chicken noodle soup, hot tea. I can't grab all of that in this, though. It's the one downside of motorcycles. Not a lot of storage space, and I don't have a cup holder attachment. Oh well. I was coming out for a ride, so maybe I'll head back to the club and take my truck out. In fact, I think I will do that. I turn my bike around and head back over to the clubhouse. The wind picks up, and I actually get cold on the way back. In my younger days, I would do rides like this all the time, sometimes even across state lines if I needed to. Nowadays, I'll do it if I have to, but not because I get my rocks off doing it. As I come back to the clubhouse, the garage bay door is still open, so I make a mental note of that as I pull inside and park my bike. I take off my helmet and pull off my face mask, then remove my gloves, tucking them safely inside my helmet. I have a knack for losing those sorts of things. Anything small, really. I press the button on the wall for the open garage door to close. I'm going to have to talk to whoever was in the club a little bit ago. They should have shut it behind me. It's sort of an unspoken rule, but maybe it's one I need to speak about again. Just as I'm heading to the door that attaches to the club, my phone begins to ring. I fish it out of my pocket and bring it to my ear without checking to see who it is. "Hello?" I say into the receiver.
"Sweetie, I have a bit of a problem. It's one of those where I know I'm going to need your help," my mom starts off, and I wait for her to tell me what the problem is, but she doesn't.
"Okay. Yeah, Mom. What's going on?"
"I think I have a burst water pipe, and I'm not sure what to do. Hardly anything is coming out of the water faucet in the kitchen, and when I flush the toilet, it isn't refilling. I haven't found a leak, but I think it might be in the basement, and I'm stressing about it so badly. I debated calling you or not, because you know I hate bothering you, but—"
I cut her off right here, because I don't want her to get upset, and the tone of her voice tells me she's pretty damn close to crying. "Mom, it's okay. I'll come right over. Let me grab some tools. In the meantime, I need you to shut off the water in the house. There should be a valve. I need you to turn that off, and I'll be there with some help from the club as soon as possible. Okay?"
"Okay. Thank you so much, sweetie. I'll find that valve, shut it off, then wait for you to get here. I love you."
"I love you too, Mom. Don't stress about it. It's something we'll get handled for you today, okay?"
"All right. Thank you so much,"
she says, and then we both hang up our phones. I head straight into the main area of the clubhouse and immediately spot almost everyone in the club. "Hawk, I need you, Vader, and Horseman to come with me to my mom's house. She thinks she has a burst water pipe, so we need to sort that out." "Oh, shit, man." Hawk shakes his head, knowing these sorts of issues are never pleasant. At least we have the ability to fix it, so that's all I'm concerned about. "Do you know if your mom's house has copper pipes or PVC? I can run out to the hardware store and get some supplies. We'll at least need to patch it, but I'll grab some Flex Seal as well. That shit never budges," Horseman pipes up, and I don't think he has a bad idea. "She has PVC. The house originally had copper, but I had all of the plumbing redone for her a few years back." As I say it, I have a hard time not clenching my fist. The plumbing was probably redone within the last 5 years, so why would we have an issue like this already? "Okay, I'll head out to the hardware store. You guys can call me if you need anything else," Horseman says as he looks over to Hawk and me. "I'll head with Horseman. Does your mom have a sump pump and all that?" Vader asks, looking right at me. Immediately I nod. "Yeah, she does. Go on and head out to the store. Then I'll call you if I don't have something I need here. Then you two can grab it." "Sounds good," Horseman says, and then he and Vader head for the garage. We have 2 club vehicles, plus my truck, so I know they're probably going to grab the keys to the club's truck or the SUV. I walk into the kitchen to grab a Coke from the fridge before I head back to the garage, and when I get there, Hawk is already waiting for me. "You know, it would be nice for once to have an easy day," Hawk tells me, and I understand what he's saying. Sometimes the stressors in life are just too much. Not that it's too much at once, but if something happens every day, there are often times you just want one day to have a break. I understand exactly what he means, and there have been many times where I've had the same sort of frustrations. It kind of makes me wonder if something else is going on behind the scenes that's stressing him out, but I'm not one to pry. After all, it's not any of my damn business. I go around the garage and grab my tool bag out of my cabinet and go through it to make sure I have everything I might need. Horseman and Vader are already heading out to the hardware store to get some PVC and some Flex Seal. I use Flex Seal for everything when there's a leak. It doesn't matter if it's a roof, busted pipe, or anything really. That shit is on point, no matter which way you need to use it. Mom lives about 30 minutes away from the clubhouse, closer to the city, so once I have everything in my truck, Hawk and I head out. The traffic isn't too bad because I take the back roads. You couldn't pay me enough to take the highway around lunch. Everyone's too busy speeding around on their hour lunch breaks to make it back to the office on time. I don't want to be caught up in that headache, that's for sure. We arrive at my mom's house. It's a traditional-style home for the Pacific Northwest. She's tucked away in a cozy neighborhood with homes on either side of her and across the street. I pull my truck into her driveway, but when Vader and Horseman get here, they're going to have to park in front of her house. We make our way up the 2 short stairwells to her house since it's somewhat on a hill, and then I knock on the door. Only a few short moments later does she come to the doorway. She smiles widely at me.
I found the valve and shut it off just like you said. But, sweetheart, it's a total mess down there. I'm so sorry to bother you boys.
It's never a bother, Mom, I tell her before pressing a kiss to the side of her forehead and then proceeding to walk inside. This is what we're here for, Mrs. G, Hawk tells her while I'm already opening the door that leads down into her basement. As soon as I open the door, I see what she's talking about. The pipe must have been burst for a little while. There's enough water to go up to your ankles. I start heading down the stairwell, place my tool bag down on one of the steps, and spot the pipe that's burst, too. It just looks like a crack in the PVC, which doesn't happen too often. It'll be an easy enough fix. We'll just take off that piece of pipe at the joints, and I'll measure it, then let Horseman know the exact measurement that I need to replace it. I grab a measuring tape from my tool bag and head into the water. Thank fuck for waterproof boots.
I did already get the sump pump started and out the window. I figured I could help you boys some way at least.
She's now at the top of the stairs, looking down at me. Thanks, Mom, but I would have got it handled when I got here. It's no big deal.
Yes, well, I helped you out anyway, didn't I?
Mom sticks her tongue out at me like she used to do when I was a kid. I release a bit of laughter before I shake my head and then walk further into the water. In no time, I get the measurement for the pipe and shoot a text off to Horseman. Within a couple of minutes, I get a text back saying he's gotten everything and is on the way. I check out the sump pump, and there's a higher setting I can put it on, so I change that. With any luck, the basement won't have any water in it by the end of the day. I'll just have to tell Mom to come downstairs and unplug it later once it's all done. About half an hour later, my mom comes down the stairs. At this point, Horseman and Vader have already gotten here with the supplies, and Hawk is cutting the PVC to fit.
Sweetie, what can I do to pay you boys for this?
I wave my hand in dismissal. She doesn't have to pay me shit. Nothing, Mom. Seriously, we got this.
That's nonsense, and you know it. Come on now. How about I fix some food for the club? I haven't done it in ages, and I miss it.
It's not worth the argument, so I cave. Fine, do what you want. You're going to anyway. Mom smiles from ear to ear.
I'll bring something by next week, then. All you have to do is let me know how many mouths I'll be feeding. Now, if the snow's bad or we get some, someone will have to come pick me up. You know I don't drive in that stuff anymore. My reflexes aren't quite what they used to be.
I'll pick you up myself, Mrs. G. Would you mind making some of them peanut butter brownies? They're delicious, and I've really been wanting them lately.
Of course. Anything for you boys. I wanted to come over anyway and meet Charlie. I heard Kinetic got back with his old flame, and he has a daughter now. My goodness, how his life must have changed so much, Mom goes on.
It has, but for the better if you ask me, I chime in. Just as Mom talks about Kinetic with his family, I think about Hermione. I really hope she's okay, and that she isn't too sick. But when she's better, I'm going to make a move on her. I think it's worth risking our friendship, especially if we could be something great together. And I know we can be, if we give it a chance.
Chapter 7. Hermione. I need to open my eyes. For the life of me, I couldn't tell you why it's so urgent that I do so, or why I have to fight so damn hard to make it happen, but I've never been more certain of anything in my life. I need to open my eyes. There is an ominous darkness lurking at the edges of my mind, stalking me like a predator before it reaches out and claws at my body, trying desperately to drag me back into its warm embrace. And God, that warmth is tempting. But I can't let it win, can't give into the haze that is calling to me like a song. Why, though? As I fight off the shadows, barely keeping them at bay, my mind grows clearer, and memories start to trickle in, closing up the shop for the night, taking the trash out back before the world went dark, waking up in the back of the construction van with Gino sitting across from me. Gino telling me that he's my real father and that my parents had lied to me my entire life. And finally, fighting for my life as Gino sank a needle into my neck and the world went dark again. Oh, fuck. Gino, the van, the hotel. This is so very, very bad. Hermione. A voice I don't recognize calls to me through the fog of the drugs still lingering in my system, and I fight against their pull as hard as I can. I need to stay alert. I have no idea how long I've been unconscious. I have no idea where I am. And I have no idea what the hell is going to greet me when I finally manage to open my eyes. But if this is the end for me, if I'm going to die here, I'm not going down without a fight. I will not allow them to kill me as I ride out a high. Wake up, bitch. Something hits my cheek, sending my head snapping to one side, and a smacking sound reaches my ears a split second before searing pain radiates through my face. My eyes snap open of their own accord as I cry out, and quiet chuckles ring out around me. I try to press my hand to my cheek, but immediately meet resistance as soon as I attempt to move it. Glancing up, my mind races as I take in the restraints around my wrist, securing me to the bed. A quick glance to the other side reveals the same setup, and I jerk my arms, testing the strength of the ropes, but they have absolutely no give. My heart thunders in my chest, pounding against my ribcage so quickly it sounds more like horse hooves beating the ground than a heartbeat. Focus, Hermione. My head swivels, and I take in as much of the room as I can. It looks like every other dingy roadside motel room I've ever seen, with nasty green shag carpet straight out of the 70s. The bed underneath me is covered in an old orange comforter that is more scratchy than comfortable, and 2 of the walls are white with tar stains from years of people smoking in this room. The other 2 walls are covered in cheap brown paneling, but most concerning is the large rust-colored stain on the wall above the bed that looks like it could very well be blood. Okay, so we're still at the hotel, but how long have I been here? Morning, daughter. I jump at the voice I've come to recognize in the last 24 hours and turn to my left, where Gino is sitting on the bed next to mine. He's leaning back against the headboard with one knee bent, his foot propped up on the bed as he casually picks his nails with the tip of a blade. There are 4 other men in the room scattered throughout the space, but I pay them no attention for the moment, focusing on Gino. He meets my gaze and flashes me that same malicious smile I saw just before he chucked a chair through my shop window, and I study him for a second before turning away, pretending to be uninterested. Sperm donor. He laughs.
And here I thought you might be more agreeable this morning.
Yeah, right. And here I thought Gino did his research. If he'd spent any time at all observing me, he would know that I'm more stubborn than most and that I wouldn't shrink from his obvious attempt to scare me. Am I scared? Hell yes I am, but I will never let him see that. Glancing back over at the window, I can't help but wonder what time it is. The sun is out. That much I can see through the slit where the curtains don't quite meet. But it could be dawn or early afternoon for all I know. Gino did say morning, but that could have just been because I finally woke up. Although if it's truly morning, that means I've only been missing for 12 hours now. And since the shop is closed today, nobody will even miss me yet. And once folks do realize that something isn't right, how long before anyone puts the pieces together?
I had an idea, daughter,
Gino says, pulling my attention back to him, and I resist the urge to make a face. I really wish he'd stop calling me his daughter. Like if he says it enough times, it will start to mean something. Like I told him in the van before he knocked me out, and just now, the most he'll ever be to me is a sperm donor, and the sooner he gets that, the better.
Aren't you going to ask me what my idea is?
No, I wasn't planning on it. I meet his eyes and arch a brow. It's an act of defiance, and we both know it, but I refuse to give in. We stare at each other as silence fills the room, and I can feel the tension of the other men watching us and waiting to see who will win this battle of wills. Are these his men? Can he even afford to lose to me in front of them? Just as I start to worry that I'm making all this worse for myself, he barks out a laugh and flips the blade in his hand, gripping the handle and stabbing it into the nightstand between us.
Stubborn as a damn mule. You get that from me, sweetheart.
I doubt it.
While you were taking your little nap last night, I started thinking that growing up with a man like Bert as your father, you've probably never even been taught respect. So how the hell can I expect you to show it to me?
Nothing I have to say to that statement would result in anything good for me, so I just keep my mouth shut, waiting for him to get on with it.
So then I started thinking, if I wanted respect from you, you'd have to learn it. So my boys here and I are going to give it our best shot. What do you say to that?
Oh, I have plenty to say, but I'm sure most of it would end up with me dead in a ditch along the side of the road somewhere, so I keep it to myself as I lock eyes with him and lift my chin in defiance. That goddamn smile makes another appearance as he watches me, and my stomach sinks. Oh no.
Get her up, boys,
he orders before glancing over at the two men sitting around the table by the front door.
Bring one of those chairs over to the middle of the room and tie her to it.
I watch in horror, my mind spinning but unable to land on one single clear thought as his men get to work. The two who were sitting at the table stood. One of them grabs the chair he just vacated and pulls it to the middle of the room, positioning it directly between the two beds. Two other men appear at my right, and as one begins untying the rope around my ankles, the other works on my wrists. Gino stands on my other side, pulling my attention to him. The smile I've come to hate over the past day and a half never leaves his face as he unties my wrist and ankle on the left side. As soon as I'm free of my restraints, Gino and another man grab me and haul me up off the bed. Every fiber of my being wants to kick and scream at them to let me go. But I've seen enough true crime documentaries to know I need to wait for the right moment. There are too many of them, and if I tried to fight them now, it would only end badly for me.
"Grab that tape,"
Gino orders as he carries me over to the chair, and as soon as they have me in the seat, the other man walks away. I watch him as he stalks over to the dresser and grabs a large roll of duct tape. The other two men join him, and between the three of them they pass the roll around to secure my upper body to the back of the chair before they focus on my wrists and ankles. When they finish, I jerk against the tape, testing how well it will hold, and Gino laughs.
"Nice try, darling, but you're not leaving that chair until I say you can."
"Fuck you!" I spit, momentarily losing control of my thoughts. Shit, I should have kept my damn mouth shut. Gino grins, looking down at his hand as he adjusts one of the large, chunky rings on his finger and takes a step toward me. Before I can even register his intention, his hand swings back and he backhands me. My head snaps to the side and pain explodes through my face, but I manage not to cry out. I do, however, grit my teeth so hard they may just crumble as I breathe through the throbbing pain in my cheek.
"See, this is what I'm talking about, daughter."
He takes another step closer, one leg slipping between mine as he leans forward and grabs me. Tears well up in my eyes as he holds my face in one hand and turns me to meet his eyes.
"That is not any way to speak to your father."
I shake my head, trying to free myself from his grip. "You're not my father." His hold tightens, gripping me so hard that it feels like he might just crack my teeth in two. I want to scream. I want to spit in his disgusting face. I want to lift my knee and slam it into his old, shriveled-up balls. But instead, I just stare at him, waiting for his next move.
"What was that?"
He growls, arching a brow. I stare back at him and say nothing, which pulls another chuckle out of him.
"Nothing to say now?"
Maybe I'm an absolute idiot, but there is a large part of me that wants to deny him anything he asks for as the biggest fuck you of all. No, I don't have anything to say to this piece of shit, because he doesn't even deserve to be in my presence. He's made that much clear in the short time I've known him. Gino laughs, forcing my focus back on him as my stomach flips. He releases my face and moves his hand to my neck, squeezing hard enough that I struggle to draw air into my lungs.
"You don't think I'm owed an apology for that little stunt?"
I grit my teeth and jerk my hands against the tape, desperate to free myself and rip his fingers from my throat. He squeezes harder and panic grips my chest as I fight against my restraints and a few tears trek down my cheeks. Spots dance in my vision, and my heartbeat thrashes in my ears as I gasp for breath. Oh God, he's going to kill me. The smile I'm beginning to hate so very much makes an appearance as he finally releases my throat. I greedily suck in air as he arches a brow expectantly. What the hell does he want now? Oh, the apology. That's what he wants, but God, I don't want to give it to him. It's insane that I'm even considering this, given my situation. I don't know much about the man, but I'm not going to be naive enough to assume that my being his daughter will save me if I push my luck too far. So, as much as I hate it, I have no choice but to give in to his request. Sorry. His fist comes out of nowhere, connecting with my cheek with more force than I've ever felt before, and the chair under me rocks back. One of his men grabs it from behind, stopping it from toppling over completely, and sets it back on 4 legs as Gino takes a step back and shakes his head, disappointment shining in his eyes.
That didn't sound very sincere. Try again.
Fuck him. I grit my teeth and meet his eyes, letting him see just how much I fucking hate his guts as I force out, I'm sorry.
Oh, Hermione.
He sighs, leaning forward again and wrapping his hand around my throat.
I didn't think Bert and your whore of a mother had failed you this bad, but it's clear you need me in your life. You need a father to teach you all the things a man is supposed to teach his children.
Go to hell, I bite out without thought and immediately flinch at the blow I know is coming. Jesus Christ, why can't I just keep my thoughts to myself? Gino sighs again as he releases my neck and slaps me across the face harder than before. I feel my cheek split open, and this time I can't stop myself from crying out at the agony that rocks through my head.
There we go,
he says, stepping away from me.
Now we're getting somewhere, and by the time we're done here, Hermione, 2 things will happen. You'll finally admit what we both already know, and you will never disrespect me again.
Chapter 8. Falcon. I sent Hermione a text message yesterday, but she never replied back. I haven't been back around the Java Zone since I noticed it wasn't open, but I have this inkling feeling that I need to go check on her. I meant to go over to her place yesterday, but everything with Mom's pipe bursting sort of kept me from doing that. By the time I wanted to go by her place and check in on her, it was already late, and I wasn't going to make an unexpected visit like that around that time. I woke up a bit past 5 this morning, and it's almost 6:30 now. The Java Zone opens at 7 every morning, so I decide to get dressed and head out. Maybe Hermione will be at the shop today. I really just want to check in on her. I can't describe the sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'm heading out. Make sure to shut the garage door behind me. Otherwise it'll be fucking freezing in there when I get back, and I don't want to have to repeat the same shit from the other day, I tell Moneybags, who gives me a nod. Out of all the other brothers, he's the one who's the early bird. I get all suited up in my winter gear and then head down to the garage attached to the club. I take my gloves and face mask out of my helmet, put them both on, and then put my helmet on. In a matter of minutes, I have my bike started up, and I'm rolling out of the driveway onto the state road out front. In 10 minutes, I'm on the street that Hermione's coffee shop is on. I round the corner and stop in front of her shop, noticing a woman in a winter jacket standing out front. I pull into the parking lot and park my bike, take off my helmet and face mask, then head up. Immediately I could tell this wasn't Hermione. I'd be able to see Hermione's dark curls from here. I walk up to the woman who's wrapping her arms around herself. She has her phone in her hands and is tapping away on the thing as I approach her. Hey there, you work for Hermione, right? I try not to seem overly intimidating. A lot of people automatically assume the worst of me, or people like me, because we're in clubs. I don't blame most, given how the few can act, which always damages the reputation of the many. I've seen this woman behind the counter a couple of times.
Yeah, I do. You're her friend Falcon, right?
I nod and crack a smile. Yeah, that's me. Speaking of the devil, have you heard from her in the last day? The woman shakes her head and narrows her brows.
No, actually. She's normally here by now. It's very seldom she runs late, but she always texts when she's running a little bit behind. The shop was closed the day before yesterday because it's our usual day that we're closed, but yesterday Hermione didn't show up either. I called and texted, but I didn't get any answer. I even drove by her house, but I'm sure you know sometimes she walks here since it's only a couple of blocks away.
I do know Hermione walks here from time to time, but her shop being closed for this long isn't like her at all. She sighs and looks right at me.
I hope you won't tell her I did this, but I scaled her fence at her house and didn't see her there. I figure if anyone can help figure out what's going on, it'll probably be you.
The hairs on my arms stand up, and I give the woman a curt nod. I don't want to freak her out, but I don't like what she's told me. Hermione has security cameras here, right?
Yeah, she does, but I can't get in to show you anything,
she tells me, but she isn't accurate. Hermione showed me where she keeps her extra key. She's old school and hides it under a frog-shaped flower pot out front. I go over to the pot and swipe the key, then head to the door. I unlock the door for Hermione's worker and me, then the two of us head inside. I recall where Hermione's office is, so I head into it, and thankfully as I start up her computer, there isn't a password prompt. No password? I raise my brows and look at the girl. She takes off her coat and hangs it up on the rack on the back of the door.
No, she lets us all use the computer if we need to. It's how we get into Workday to log our hours and all of that.
Okay, cool. Do you know which program is her security cameras? She nods once and grabs the mouse, then scrolls over an icon that looks like a little robot. She double-clicks it and then puts the cursor on top of something that I think will be very important.
This here is the notifications. Anytime there's any sort of movement, it'll be logged here.
Cool. Thank you for showing me. And I'm sorry. What's your name again? I know I've seen you in here before in passing, but I don't think we've ever formally been introduced. I hate being that guy who seems like he doesn't pay attention, but I'm not going to lie and act like I know her name.
It's Callie. So, Hermione isn't in, but since you got me in, I'm going to call Sage and get her in here so we can start getting ready for the day. The shop's been closed, and I'm sure Hermione would want us to keep it up and running for her, at least until you can find something out.
I think that's a great idea, I tell Callie, and she walks off toward the front. I'm sure she's already calling her coworker and getting prepped for the day. While she's off doing whatever she needs to do, I'm looking through the footage over the last couple of days. I start the day that the window was replaced, slowly looking through every notification that happened that day. She has cameras aimed at the front, through her dining area, another on the other side of her dining area, one that goes out the front door, and another one that's on the back door and a bit behind her building, leading up to the dumpster. I go through the stuff on the inside first, and everything looks like it was a normal day, besides the man who came into her coffee shop that morning. He had a cut on, but I can't make out the detail from these angles. Eventually it leads me to a dead end, so I look over the camera out back, and I finally get something. Hermione is taking out the trash, and the same man from earlier in the day comes up behind her. Only now do I see the full emblem on the cut. This guy is from the Lucifer's Heretics MC. What in the actual fuck is someone from their club doing around here? And why the hell are they fucking with Hermione? Callie! I yell the woman's name, and she's quick to come back into the office.
Hey, what's up?
Do you recognize this man? Have you seen him in here as a customer before? I point to the man wearing the Lucifer's Heretics MC cut, and she shakes her head.
No, I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever seen him in here, actually.
Callie comes closer to the screen to try and get a better look, but I don't expect a different answer. Okay, thank you. Sorry to have bothered you while you were getting everything ready, I tell her, and she looks at the screen and then back at me.
Did you find something out about Hermione? Did something happen?
Callie asks, obviously concerned about her boss and friend. I'm still working on it, but once I find out for sure, I'll let you know. I don't want to lie to the girl, but I don't want to alarm her either. I'm going to figure out what happened to Hermione, and this fucker from the Lucifer's Heretics MC hit her on the head and took her. Is it because I've been seen around Hermione as of late? Have they been watching me, looking for someone close to use as leverage? Fuck, it wouldn't be the first time it's ever happened, and I'm sure it won't be the last. If something happened to Hermione, I don't know what I'd do. Sure, we've been friends for years, but right now, knowing she was taken is fucking with me. I care about this woman in a larger way than I just care about a friend. I'm very fond of her, and if anything happened to her, I don't know what I'd do. Unfortunately for the Lucifer's Heretics, the idiot who took Hermione was dumb enough to have their license plate in clear view of the camera. I write the plate number down and exit out of the security camera program, then walk toward the front where Callie is. I'd almost suggest going home and coming back in a couple of days, but I somehow think you're going to give me some pushback on it.
Hermione would want to stay open. She's loyal to her customers, and the past couple of days have already been unplanned closings. I'm going to stay open for her, and if she has a problem with it, then she can tell me when she's back. I'll handle the repercussions.
I have to admit, Callie has some serious dedication. Well, in that case, you won't have a problem with it that I'm going to send 2 of my girls here to help you out. They were here when you and one of your coworkers had the flu, so they know the lay of the land.
Are you sure?
Callie asks me as she's putting a coffee filter in one of the larger machines. Yes, I am. I need to get going, but thank you. You've been a massive help.
No, I should be thanking you. From that serious look on your face, I can tell you found something. Just bring her back.
I give her a nod and walk out through the front door, then head back to my bike. I have to get back to the clubhouse, but first I send a text to the group chat. To Deathstalkers MC. Church in 10. I hop on my bike, throw on my face mask and helmet in record time, and ride like hell to get back to the club. As I pull into the parking lot of the club, the garage door's being opened, so I roll right on in. There's practically fire coming from my boots as I rush into the room where we hold church, and everyone's in here. Good. I don't want to deal with any tardiness this morning. I swallow hard as I look at my brothers. I'm going to cut straight to the chase here. Hermione was taken by someone from the Lucifer's Heretics MC. I want you to get on the phone with our allies. I don't care who calls who, but we need everyone we can get to help us with this. This means call the Reaper's Rejects MC in Billings, Montana. Call the Iron Vex MC, who have clubs in Toronto, Boston, and New York City. Call the Skulls Renegade MC in Gainesville, Tennessee. Call the Sons of Gods MC in Birmingham, Alabama. The Bayou Devils MC in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Even the Satan's Raiders MC in Los Angeles. I want someone on the phone with every Prez or VP. I want to know if anyone has information on what the Lucifer's Heretics MC has been up to. As I speak, the guys can hardly believe what I'm telling them. Everyone here knows Hermione is sweet as pie, so I'm certain they're having a hard time knowing she was taken.
I'll call the Bayou Devils. They have a tech guy in their ranks, too. You got anything for us to start off with? Any sort of clue?
Bowser volunteers. Yeah, I got the license plate to the van the fucker loaded her into.
Okay, that's a good start. I can get somewhere with that, Prez.
I can tell Bowser's trying to reassure me. I wonder if the rest of my brothers can tell how important Hermione is to me.
I'm going to see if the guy from the Bayou Devils can help me hack into the city's cameras. If we can trace that plate using their system, it should be a piece of cake. The only problem is getting past the safeguards the city puts in place. But with help, I can break through. I know it.
All right. You do whatever you need to do, and that's the same for everyone in the club. The most important thing is Hermione getting back safely. I slam my gavel down on the table, and I watch as brothers talk amongst themselves, all communicating on who they're calling so they don't call the same club. When push comes to shove, my club comes in the clutch. They always will, and it's why they're my brethren. It's why they're the ones who I'd trust with my life.
Chapter 9. Hermione. I'm not sure how long I've been here in this nasty fucking hotel room, but I've watched the sun go down and rise again once already, and I suspect we're nearing nightfall again. Gino is relentless, though. Not once since he taped me to this chair sometime yesterday has he given up trying to get me to admit that he is in fact my father, or trying to teach me some respect. His favorite method of instruction is backhanding me across the right side of my face, and it's so swollen at this point that I can hardly see out of that eye, but I won't give in. Maybe I should just give him what he wants. It would certainly be the smart thing to do, but the more he hits me, the more I want to deny him of everything he's asking for. Because fuck him.
Say it, Hermione,
he growls, getting in my face again, but I keep my expression blank as I stare at him. It's not totally a silent fuck you, since making any kind of face right now would hurt like hell, but I'll admit that there is some of that in there as well. And God, do I enjoy every single second of his frustration when he sees that fact in my eyes.
I'm your father, and you know it, so I want to hear you say the goddamn words.
No, I won't do it. My position on Gino's place in my life hasn't shifted even a little bit, despite his best efforts throughout the night. He may have very well been involved in my conception, but he is no father to me. A father wouldn't do this shit to his child. Hell, any kind of decent man would rather die than lay his hands on a woman. With every slap he delivers and every demand he makes of me, I become more solidified in my position against him, and he can hit me for the rest of forever, but my opinion on the matter won't change.
You sure this is the route you want to take, daughter?
He asks, and I barely resist the urge to snarl at the name he's taken to calling me since we've been in this hotel room. I have no idea what he's talking about now, but I hold fast to my stubborn resolve and just stare back at him. I will not break. He takes a step back and shakes his head, looking down at his hands with a sigh. His knuckles are bruised and swollen, a result of the beating he's given me, and the sight only pisses me off more. What a piece of shit.
This is your last chance,
he says softly, meeting my gaze.
Believe me, darling, this can get worse. Just say the words.
How? How could this get worse? I've been tied to this chair for God only knows how long, and my so-called father has beaten me to within an inch of my life. My entire body is screaming from the pain of his fists, and I have no idea how I'm ever going to get out of here. So how the hell is this going to get worse? Unless he is willing to kill me, but at this point, that might be a relief. Holding his gaze, I press my lips into a thin line to make my point perfectly clear, and he sighs again, nodding to himself as he takes a couple steps back. He pulls his phone from his pocket, checking the screen quickly before he looks up at the men standing behind me. They've been here off and on throughout the whole ordeal, sometimes leaving to smoke out front or to get food, but all four of them have been posted up behind me for the last hour or so, watching my torment.
She's all yours then, boys.
Wait. What? All my thoughts screech to a halt as I watch him back away from me, and his face almost looks remorseful for just a second before he turns and opens the door. And then he's gone. My heart thunders out of control as I swivel my head, trying to figure out where his men are as they begin to circle the chair surrounding me. Oh God, I can't breathe. What the hell are they going to do to me? I jump as the click of a knife snapping open reaches my ears, followed by another, and my mouth is so dry I can't force words out, even if I have something to say. The two with the knives step closer and grab my arms, cutting them free from the tape before moving down to my feet. My mind races, thoughts of escape overpowering everything else. But as I move to brace my hands on the arms of the chair, preparing myself to fight back, one of the other men grabs me from behind.
"I don't think so, honey,"
he whispers in my ear, his breath fanning out across my neck. I shiver as disgust trickles down my spine, and the man behind me laughs, dragging his tongue up the side of my throat. And in an instant, I understood what Gino meant when he said it could be worse. No, no, no. He wouldn't let them do this to me, would he? But as I look between the two men in front of me, the excitement in their eyes, as well as Gino's sudden absence from this motel room, tells me everything I need to know. God, just when I think my opinion of the man couldn't possibly sink any lower, he has to go and prove me wrong. But why? Why would he allow his men to do this to me? Is it another method to teach me some respect? Does he think this will make me acquiesce to his demands? Does he assume that forcing me to endure this will finally break me? I would like to think that I'll stand strong in the face of what I know is coming, but the resolve I've held tightly to over the last 24 hours is gone, and I want nothing more than to find a way out of this hell. "Tell Gino to come back," I say, my voice shaking more than I like. There is only one thing worse than what is about to happen to me, and that is these men knowing how damn scared I am. "I'll say the words." The man behind me chuckles, and as his breath hits my skin again, I struggle against his grip.
"It's too late for that, sweetheart."
The instant my legs are freed from the chair, I try to kick them out in front of me, hoping to catch at least one of the men in the face, but they both manage to dodge my attempt. One of them wraps his arms around both of my legs like a vice, hindering any further attempts as the other man stands and walks to my side. I watch him, holding my breath as he brings the knife close to my body, and just when I think he might cut me as a punishment, he slides the blade through the tape, securing me to the back of the chair. There isn't even a moment to fight back, as all four men work together to lift me off the seat. I struggle in their arms despite the waves of pain that accompany my every move, but it's no use. I don't stand a chance. Oh God, no, this can't be happening. They carry me over to the same bed I woke up on yesterday morning, and while two of them secure my wrists in the restraints, the other two do the same with my ankles. Once I'm immobile again, they all stand back, circling the bed as they stare down at me with hungry eyes. One of them, Ko, judging by the name on his cut, smiles as he flips the butterfly knife in his hand back and forth, his gaze eyeing the contours of my body.
"You get first dibs, Ko,"
one of the other men says, and I spare a quick glance in his direction, noting the name on his cut, Sandman. I do the same with the other two men, Hijack and Butters, committing their names to memory so when I finally do get out of here, I can make sure these bastards pay for what they're about to do to me.
Let's get started, boys, Ko says, nodding and switching places with Sandman on my left side. Once there, he gives me one more once-over before he rights the knife in his hand and slips it into the collar of my shirt. Sucking in a breath, I do my best to remain still as he slices through the material of my shirt, cutting it down to my belly button before pulling it away. Free one leg at a time and get her pants off, he orders as he pulls the shirt back to reveal my bra. Gritting my teeth, I close my eyes and try desperately to block it out as Ko pulls the cups of my bra down and grabs my breasts in his hands, squeezing hard. Shit, those are fucking nice. Tears pool in my eyes, and I squeeze them shut tighter as two of the other men release one foot from the restraints before pulling that leg of my pants off. Once I'm tied up again, they move to the other and pull my jeans the rest of the way off. The cold metal of a blade kisses the skin at my hip, and in the next moment, my underwear is being yanked from my body. God damn, someone mutters, but I refuse to open my eyes to figure out which one said it. Time seems to stretch as I wait for the next awful thing, my heart hammering in my chest and each breath ringing in my ears. But when I feel the bed dip, I can't stop the sob that slips past my lips. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. I jump as a hand grips my waist, followed quickly by another hand on each of my breasts. Naked heat washes over my skin as Ko wedges himself between my legs, and I bite my bottom lip so hard that a copper taste greets my tongue. Then I feel him, his cock pressing against my entrance, and every muscle in my body tenses, waiting for the awful moment he plunges inside. Stupid fucking girl, he growls, rubbing the tip of his cock against my clit, and my traitorous body responds to the sensation, sending a rush of moisture between my legs. You should have just given Gino what he wanted. No, never. He thrusts forward, invading my body, and despite the pain of his intrusion, I don't scream or cry out. I want to. God, do I want to. But my resolve is back in full force, and I won't give any of these bastards the pleasure of breaking me, even though my soul is lying in a million little pieces. Chapter 9.5 Hermione. I've lost count of how many days I've been here. 4, maybe? No, 5, I think. I honestly can't remember, since I've tried to block out as much of my time in this room as I can, unable and unwilling to relive everything that's been done to me. There are moments when I lose all hope of ever leaving this shithole, where it feels like I've been here for an eternity, and yet it's never going to end. Like, maybe I died when Gino hit me over the head out behind the coffee shop, and this is my version of hell. Although what I did to deserve this punishment, I still haven't been able to figure out. Gino's men, Ko, Sandman, Butters, and Hijack, each took their first turn with me, using my body for their own personal pleasure and as a fucked-up punishment for me days ago. And just when I thought it was all finally over and I could take a breath, they started again for round 2, 3, and 4. While one was inside me, the other 3 were positioned around the room, watching my torment as they smoked off their last orgasm or shoveled food in their mouths. Food I was not allowed to have. The only positive in the whole ordeal is that after the first couple of times, I think I went into shock,
and my body went kind of numb, so I didn't feel every single agonizing moment of them violating me. It was like an out-of-body experience, almost like I was hovering above the scene and looking on as they had their way with me for 2 days, I think. I can't be sure. Between the 4 of them using me like their own personal fuck doll and the general neglect of my needs, I was pretty out of it by the time Gino showed up again and asked me if I was willing to give in yet, if I was finally ready to say the things he desperately wants to hear from me. Thank God I was coherent enough to refuse him. It's idiocy, I know, but it's the only thing I have left at this point, and I can't allow him to take that from me. Not after he's already taken everything else. I will hang on to the one simple thing I still have control over with every ounce of strength I have. But I have to admit, that resolve is wavering. I suppose that's the point of all this, to break me down so much that I give in to his demands. And right now, I'm just thankful that Gino wasn't here to take advantage of my weak moments, when I begged his men to call him back to the room so I could say the words he wanted to hear. Thinking about it, though, my resolve seems to come back with a vengeance whenever Gino steps into the room. I see him, and I want to be strong. Even more than that, I want to spit in his face and tell him to go fuck himself. Of course, I'm terrified of what he would resort to if I did, but that doesn't lessen the urge. And as bad as I was at keeping my thoughts to myself when this all started, I'm even worse now after everything I've been subjected to, and I don't know how much more of this I can endure. I want to be strong, but I'm so fucking scared that I'm going to cave the next time he asks me to admit that he is my father. Even if he is the most pathetic excuse for one I've ever seen. He finally came back sometime yesterday, and saw fit to make sure his men fed me, and that I wasn't going to die of dehydration before he could force the words he wanted from my lips. After ordering them to untie me and give me my jeans back, he went out again and came back 30 minutes later with a burger and fries for me. It was the first food I'd had in days, and I wolfed it down faster than I'd ever eaten anything before in my life. Then he was gone again, and although I'm not still tied to the damn bed, make no mistake, I am still very much a prisoner. Co, Sandman, Butters, and Hijack are my prison wardens, and I can't even go to the bathroom without one of them following me into the room to watch me pee. A phone rings, snapping me out of my thoughts, and I lean back against the headboard of my bed as I watch Co answer the call. "Yeah, boss?" He's quiet for a moment before going to the window and pulling the curtains back to quickly scan the parking lot, and my stomach drops. What the hell is going on now? I pull my legs to my chest and hug them as the silence fills the room, louder than any of the screaming I've done during my time here. Whatever is happening now, it's different than anything that's happened over the last however many days. And as fucked up as it is, I'd rather stick with the hell I know than be subjected to something new. Co turns and locks eyes with me as he nods. "You got it. We'll be waiting." He hangs up and shoves the phone back into the pocket of his jeans as he turns to Sandman, Butters, and Hijack. Tilting his head toward the door, he silently orders them to follow him, and they all jump up from their seats and head outside. As soon as the door closes behind them, I suck in a breath. I'd like to jump up and peek out of the window to see what's going on, but if they come back into this room and I'm not on the bed, Co will have no problem slapping me around to remind me of who is in charge here. Holding my breath, I close my eyes and focus on trying to make out any part of their conversation through the door. but they must have gone far enough away so that I couldn't overhear anything. I don't like it. Any time there has been a change in plans since I was knocked out in the alley behind the Java Zone, it has spelled out bad news for me. The door opens and I open my eyes as they all file back in. Butters and Hijack begin going around and gathering up things that have been scattered around the room during the days we've been here, while Sandman grabs a rag and begins wiping down every surface in the room. "Up," Co orders, stopping next to the edge of the bed, and when I don't move fast enough, he grabs my arm and yanks me to my feet. I can't get them under me fast enough, and they tangle together as I fall into his chest. His fingers dig into my arm in annoyance, and I know there will be fresh bruises there soon. Not like that's anything new, though. I'm covered in bruises of varying ages from my time here. My shirt gapes open from where he cut it down the middle, and I try desperately to bring the two pieces together to cover myself as he begins dragging me toward the door. "What are you doing?" He glances over at me as I struggle against his hold, desperate to avoid whatever is waiting on the other side of that door, and smiles. "That was Gino on the phone. Told us to move you to a new location, where we can make your stay with us a little more permanent." "No," I whisper, jerking against his iron grip as my heart climbs into my throat. All of this, the past 5 days, has been bad enough. I don't want to know what Gino is going to do to me or allow his men to do to me if I leave this hotel room and he takes me somewhere new. As much as it pains me to admit it, he was right when he told me it could get worse. And that's something I didn't want to learn firsthand ever again. Co stops halfway across the room and turns to me, lowering his head until he is right in my face. "Yes, your defiance has convinced Gino that he needs to take up a more active role in your life. And you best believe, you stupid little cunt, that we will break you. The boys and I have all sorts of ideas that we can't wait to test out." The hatred in his eyes stuns me, but in a moment of clarity, I realize this is it. This is my moment. Because if I go along with this, if I allow them to move me to a new location, it's over for me. I'll never escape these men or whatever fresh new hell they have planned to bend me to their will. With that thought running in a loop through my mind, I ignore the protests of my maltreated body and kick Co in the shin as hard as I can. He lets out a yelp, and his grip on my arm loosens enough that I'm able to rip it free. Feeling emboldened, I shove him away from me, and as he stumbles back, I race toward the door, praying with everything I have that I can make it. My muscles are screaming at the exertion after days of sitting or lying around in bed, but I don't care. If I can manage to get away, if I can make it free of these assholes, then I can deal with the aftermath of this ordeal. Right now, the only thing that matters is surviving. Relief floods my body as I reach out for the door handle, my salvation in sight, but then pain slices through my head as I'm jerked back by my hair so hard that I fall to the floor. Co stands over me, his nostrils flaring and his lips pulled back in a snarl. "You dumb fucking bitch," he hisses, his hands shaking as he reaches into his pocket and pulls his knife out, flipping it open with ease. "You will fucking pay for that." "Co!" Hijack bites out, a warning clear in his tone, but Co doesn't even spare him a glance. "Gino will kill you if you do anything without his order." Co finally looks up at the man and narrows his eyes into a menacing glare. "Shut the fuck up and get that shit out to the truck. I'll deal with Gino. During my time with these men, it's become clear to me that when Gino isn't around, Ko is in charge. So Hijack doesn't argue with him, simply sighing as he grabs a duffel bag of items he collected from around the room and heads toward the door. I turn away from him as he grabs the doorknob and focus my attention back on Ko. The man is flipping the damn knife back and forth, just like he did before he raped me for the first time, with a smile on his face, and I can see the pain he wants to inflict on me playing out in his eyes.
"Oh, fuck!"
The shrill cry of one of Gino's men pulls both mine and Ko's attention to the open door of the motel room. Bang! The sound is deafening, and time seems to stall as I stare at the empty doorway waiting for an explanation, but Ko jumps into action, flicking the knife closed and shoving it back into his pocket as he pulls a gun from the waistband of his jeans with his other hand. Bang! Bang! Bang!
"Motherfucker!"
he hisses, crouching down and creeping over to the doorway to peek out into the parking lot. He pokes his head out quickly before ducking back behind the wall and snapping his fingers at Butters and Sandman.
"We've got company."
The other two men file in behind him in a line, both of them pulling guns out of their waistbands, and he glances back, meeting their gazes before he clocks the piece in each of their hands and nods.
"Hijack is hit. Butters, you go right and Sandman go left. On my count."
Ko begins counting down from 3, simply holding up one finger when he gets to that number, and then they file out of the room, Butters breaking off to the right and Sandman going left past the window as Ko runs straight out the door before I lose sight of all 3 of them. Once I'm finally alone, I scramble to my hands and knees and crawl in between the 2 beds, wedging myself up against the bed closest to the door. I know nothing about Gino, his men, or who they might be involved with, and I'm fucking terrified that whoever is out there is far worse than they are. The thought pulls a sardonic laugh out of me as I hug my knees to my chest again and slowly rock back and forth. It's hard to imagine how anyone could be worse than a father who spent days beating the shit out of me before letting his men violate my body endlessly. But I've certainly learned my lesson the hard way when it comes to thinking things couldn't possibly get any worse. More gunshots ring out, and my heart thunders in my ears as I eye the space under the bed. It isn't very big, but maybe I could squeeze under there to hide. Of course, if whoever is out there comes in here to search the room, it's the first place they'll look. Shit. Closing my eyes, I visualize the room in my mind, but there isn't any better alternative for me to hide. I open my eyes and look at the space under the bed again. It isn't a good option, but without anything better, I don't see what choice I have. The world falls silent, and I hiss out a curse. I'm all out of time. I need to make a decision.
"Search the room,"
a voice orders just as I'm about to flatten myself against the carpet and shove my body under the bed, and something about it gives me pause. That voice, it's familiar, but where do I know it from? My mind struggles to keep up, and I stare at the nasty green carpet, racking my brain, trying desperately to put a face with the voice, but no matter how hard I try, I can't quite get it. I'm sure it's someone I know, but who? And how the hell did they find me here?
"Found her."
This time the voice is much closer, and a pair of black boots step into my eye line at the end of the bed. I look up and gasp. Raja? He flashes me one of his signature smiles and crosses his arms over his chest.
"Shit, Hermione. What's a nice girl like you doing in a dump like this?"
It's so normal and so Raja that it catches me off guard after the agony I've been through these past few days. And something between a laugh and a sob bubbles out of me. The smile falls from his face instantly as he extends a hand to help me up. I watch him for a moment, my mind blank as I wipe a stray tear from my cheek before I place my hand in his and allow him to pull me to my feet. My body protests, and I hiss as a wave of pain washes through me. Someone else steps through the door of the motel room, and I look up. Falcon. I sigh as soon as I lock eyes with him. His brow furrows as he looks me over for a moment, before he charges across the room and wraps his arms around me. Pain floods my body, but I ignore it, preferring to soak in the comfort of his embrace. I don't understand how he found me, or why he even cared enough to hunt me down, but I've never been more grateful for anything in my entire life. For the first time since I was knocked unconscious outside the coffee shop, I felt safe.
Chapter 10. Falcon. Anger radiates through every part of my body. I don't know if I've ever been as angry as I am right now, but as I take Hermione in, it only grows more rapidly. Her cheeks are swollen, and a mixture of purple and blue bruises mar her face. She even has bruises on her shoulders and around her neck. We're still at this shitty fucking motel, but I'm taking her back to the clubhouse as soon as possible. She hasn't said too much to me yet, but I want her to talk to me. I need her to say something else. I need her to communicate, because right now, the silence is practically killing me. Kinetic, get the duffel bag from the truck, I tell him, more thankful than ever that I decided to bring my truck out here while Raja and Kinetic rode their bikes. I thought something nefarious was going on, because I knew they weren't having tea parties and giving her a fucking spa day while she was here. At least I had the brains to think that bringing her some extra clothes would be a good option. The clothes she has on are raggedy, and further signify she's been put through hell here. I even have a blanket in there, so once Kinetic brings me the duffel bag, I open it up and take out the blanket, then walk over to her and wrap it around her shoulders. It's time for us to hit the road, sweetheart. I speak lowly and calmly to her, not wanting to upset her in any way. She's already been through it, and I'm not trying to add more to her plate.
Okay. I never want to see this place again,
Hermione stammers as she holds the blanket around her shoulders and closes her eyes. I can't imagine what she went through, and I doubt I could stomach knowing every detail. But maybe over time, Hermione will trust me enough to tell me what happened here. She isn't the first woman we've pulled out of hostage situations before, and anything can happen, from torture to rape. As of right now, it looks like Hermione was beaten. I just hope she wasn't raped. I know the history of the Lucifer's Heretics MC, and I know what they're capable of. They're sick bastards who have no understanding of what crossing the line is. I walk with a hand behind Hermione, and I grab the duffel bag as we exit the motel room. I open her door for her and extend my hand as she gets into the truck, then shut the door for her. As I walk around to my side of the truck, her eyes begin to get glassier. She's fighting back the tears, but I don't want her to fight them. If she wants to cry, then she should let it out. She should do whatever makes her feel better. There's no denying my feelings for this woman anymore. Yeah, I had an attraction to her before, but now it's all-consuming. When I saw that video from her coffee shop with that fucking biker hitting her in the head, I thought I was going to combust. I rushed back to the club and made sure everyone was in church when I got there, because I couldn't sit around and do nothing. I needed to do something better. I needed to get to her as soon as possible, and right now, I don't feel like it was soon enough. I slide the key into the ignition and start my truck up, then head down the road. I don't say anything at first, but Hermione turning her head to look at me causes me to look over at her.
"Thank you for coming to get me."
With every word, emotion is evident, and it's taking everything in me not to wrap my arm around her and pull her against me. I want to do it so badly, but the last thing I want to do is trigger her when she's been through so much. I swallow hard and put my eyes back on the road in front of me. I would have searched the ends of the earth for you if I had to. I hope you know that. From the corner of my eye, I see Hermione's lips quiver, and she sucks in the corner of her bottom lip. Fuck, I hate this. I hate how she's hurting. We keep driving, and the rumbling of bikes stays behind us. Eventually, we make it back to the clubhouse, and I pull my truck into the garage. Hermione didn't even ask to go back to her place instead of staying here, but I don't think I'd even let her go back to her place. We didn't get the guy who was responsible for this, and I don't know if she was a random attack or if she was targeted. The safest place for her is to stay under my roof, where I can protect her. I get out of the truck first and walk around to the passenger side door. I know Hermione's completely capable of getting out all by herself, but I want to help her as much as I can right now, so I open the door. She gets out, still holding the blanket over her shoulders. It covers most of her frame, stopping just below her butt. God, all I want to do is pull her into my arms and tell her everything's going to be all right. I know it would be too much right now, but it doesn't make it any easier. We walk through the door that leads to the clubhouse, and then we're in the main area. Everyone's eyes turn to us, and then almost everyone rises and heads toward us. I shoot the guys all looks, a silent warning for them to back the fuck up, and they do. But that doesn't stop Charlie.
"Hermione, God, we were all so worried about you. I'm so glad you're back safe and sound."
Charlie rambles out her words, and I know her heart's in a good place, but I doubt Hermione wants to be a chatty Cathy with anyone right now. Not after all she's been through.
"Me too,"
Hermione replies slowly. "Come on, let me take you to my bedroom. You can take a shower, change into some fresh clothes, and get some sleep." I coax Hermione into the idea, and she nods once, so I walk like we did earlier. My hand's a few inches away from her back, and I lead her to my bedroom. When we're at the door, I punch in the code, and the door pops open. I hold the door open for Hermione and let her walk in first. She goes over to the chair I have near my bed and places the blanket down. My curtains aren't drawn, so I shut the door and then head to the sliding glass door, pulling the curtains shut.
"I thought I was going to die in there."
Hermione's speaking so low that her words barely come out in a breathless whisper. I swallow hard and take a few steps toward her. I'd never tell her this, but I was mentally preparing myself for it. I told myself she was dead as we were driving out, just because if I told myself the worst and found her alive, I'd be grateful. I'm about to fib to her, but it's only because I can see the exhaustion and exasperation oozing off her right now. I see how broken she is, and I don't want her to feel this way. I didn't. You're strong, Hermione. You're damn well one of the strongest women I know, and I knew you'd find a way to survive in there, and you did. I pause for a moment, because I'm afraid what I say could be too much for her right now. But I have to keep speaking from the heart. I obviously don't know what you went through, and don't think this is me telling me you owe me those gritty details, because you don't. But where I'm getting at with all of this is that you survived in there. Don't let this experience make you feel weak. Don't let the demons come in and mess with your head, because they don't matter. What they say doesn't matter, Hermione. You made it through something awful, and if that isn't a testament to your strength, then I don't know what is. Hermione closes her eyes, and I feel like she's fighting back tears, but I'm not sure. She opens them, and as I see the glassiness, I have my answer. "I can take the couch tonight," she murmurs, changing the subject. "You'll do no such thing. You'll sleep on that nice-ass mattress of mine, and I won't have you arguing with me about it. I've got a really nice pull-out bed in that couch over there. I'll be fine, I promise." I flash my shit-eating grin smile to try and convince her, and she doesn't put up any more of a fight. "Thank you for bringing me here instead of taking me home. I don't know that I would have felt safe there at the house. I think I'd be looking over my shoulder, wondering if he was coming for me." "Hermione, you don't need to thank me at all. I'm going to go get that duffel bag with some clothes I brought for you. They're nothing special, just some stuff that's been lying around. You go ahead and take a nice relaxing shower. There's a bath in there too, if you'd prefer that. I can get Charlie to grab some things from your house if you want. Some of your own clothes, perhaps." "I don't want anyone going there. He could be waiting for me." Hermione visibly shudders in front of me, and I see this is a very real threat in her eyes. She's terrified, and I don't blame her for being so shaken. I'll make sure she has multiple people with her. I promise you she'll be safe. Answer me this. Would you like it if you were in your own clothes tonight?" Hermione takes a couple moments to think about it, and then nods. "Okay, I'll get some things brought back here for you. Relax for a while. I'll be in the main part of the clubhouse, and then I'll bring the duffel bag back here and the new stuff for you when it's ready." Hermione gives me a curt nod, and I walk toward the door, but as I place my hand on the knob, she speaks up. "Falcon, no one can get to me in here, right?" I turn around to face her and shake my head. "No. The only person who has access to this room is me. I'm the only one who knows the code." I hope my words put her at ease, and as she walks toward the bathroom, I think they have.
Chapter 11. Hermione.
"Say the words, Hermione."
Gino roars in my face, spit flying from his mouth as his skin turns red and his entire body seems to tremble. The rage he feels from my defiance is one of the only things keeping me going at this point. Besides, it's not like I could even say the words if I wanted to, with his fingers wrapped around my throat like a vice. Black dots dance in my vision, and the pressure in my chest makes it feel like it's going to explode. But still, I fight back a smile. He may kill me, but I know if he did, he would never get to hear the words he wants me to say, and I count that as a win.
"You all right, darling?"
Falcon's voice snaps me out of the hellish memory from my time at the motel, and I look over at him, blinking as I try to bring my mind back to the present. He's standing next to the open passenger's side door of his truck with his hand extended toward me, waiting for me to step out as he searches my eyes for any sign of distress. Falcon has been hovering, for lack of a better word, during the last 3 days, ever since he pulled me out of that motel room. Wherever I go, he's there, and I don't know why. Sure, something awful happened to me, so I can understand if he were worried, but it almost seems like letting me out of his sight physically pains him. I don't know. Things have been weird between us ever since he rescued me, and it has me stumped. The comment he made in the truck as we were driving back to the clubhouse pops into my head.
"I would have searched the ends of the earth for you if I had to. I hope you know that."
Why, though? Why would he have gone to that much trouble? We're friends, yes, but I have other friends, and none of them went to such lengths to track me down. Hell, I don't even think there's a missing person report filed on me. I guess maybe it's just because this is what he and the club do, what they're good at. But his behavior has been confusing as hell. It's almost like he has feelings for me. But I don't want to be that girl, the one who assumes things and ends up with pie on her face when it turns out she was wrong. Besides, Falcon and I have known each other for years, and he's never given any indication that he sees me as anything more than a friend. So why would that change now?
Hermione.
His voice yanks me from my thoughts again, and I give my head a little shake to clear it as I slip my hand into his, soaking up the comfort his touch provides as I slide off the bench seat. During my time in the motel, when I would allow myself to fantasize about somehow getting free, I imagined that having someone, especially a man, touch me after everything I've been through would feel wrong. Like maybe their touch would feel the same as when Coe, Butters, Sandman, and Hijack put their hands on me. But with Falcon, it's different. Each time he presses a hand to my back or wraps his arms around me in a hug, all I feel is peace and safety. It's the one time I can let my guard down, because I know he won't let anyone hurt me again.
Are you up for this?
I peek up at him as he studies me with a scowl on his handsome face, and I force a smile to my own, hoping it will placate him. Yeah, sorry, I'm good. Of course, it's a lie. I'm not good. And I haven't been since the moment Gino ambushed me behind the Java Zone. There are even times when I wonder if I'll ever be okay again. But I can't let myself think like that. If I start down that road, then Gino wins. Maybe I should seriously consider seeing a therapist, because as I look back at my time trapped in that motel room, I find my reaction to everything a little concerning. I wouldn't say I've ever been suicidal in my life, but I was fully prepared to die before giving in to Gino's demands. In fact, there is a part of me that I couldn't even acknowledge until I knew for certain I was safe, and that I had accepted the fact that I could have met my end in that shithole.
Are you sure?
He asks, dragging me from the thoughts again.
If you're in pain or coming back here is too hard for you, it can wait.
I glance up at the front door of my shop and shake my head. No, I want to be here and check in on things.
I told you that I've been having Nama and Legs help out your girls to keep the place running while you recover,
he says with a sigh as he closes the truck door and places his hand on the small of my back. His body heat seeps into my skin, and I revel in the comfort it provides again. The morning after I was rescued, I asked Falcon for an update on the Java Zone, and he assured me that between Nama, Legs, Sage, and Callie, it had been open and running normally for most of the time I was missing. Honestly, I was floored. It's one thing to know that once he and the club realized I was missing, they jumped into action to figure out where I was being held and rescue me. But it's another thing entirely for Falcon to understand just how much this place means to me, and make it a priority as well. I haven't yet been able to adequately convey my gratitude for everything he's done for me, and I don't know that I ever will. I know, Falcon, I say, hoping he can see the appreciation I have for him and everything he's done for me. And I can't even tell you how much all of it means to me, but I still need to check things out for myself. Besides, I love this place, and they don't get to take that from me. Not when they took so much already. The two of us still hadn't spoken much about what happened when I was abducted, and I'm not sure if we ever will. There's a part of me that wants to give him the gritty details, but the other part hates the idea that he might look at me differently if he knows what I was forced to endure. And that breaks my heart. He stops outside the front door and watches me for another moment before pulling me off to the side. He gently grips my shoulders and narrows his eyes at me.
Fine, but we're just checking in and grabbing a bite to eat. I will scoop your ass up and haul you out of here if you even try to lift one single finger and work.
You're getting bossy, I mutter, and he grins. Warmth rushes through me despite the chill in the air, and my heart thumps in my chest, but I can't rip my gaze from his. Falcon always looks good, but when he smiles like that, he's fucking gorgeous.
Get used to it.
Yeah, there is definitely something different between us. Maybe it's silly or frivolous of me to be concentrating on the differences in my and Falcon's relationship when Gino and his men are still out on the loose, but there is absolutely nothing I can do about that. So, in a way, I'm grateful for something else to focus on, instead of constantly looking over my shoulder or reliving the shit I went through at the motel. That's my biggest takeaway from the last 3 days. I just want to get back to my life. If I allowed it, I could wallow in what happened to me for the rest of forever. But I'm no more willing to allow Gino to control my life than I was to give in to his demands. He doesn't get to win.
Hello,
Falcon calls, once again forcing me from my thoughts, and I blink up at him as he watches me cautiously.
You keep getting lost in your head, sweetheart, and I have half a mind to drag you back to the clubhouse whether you like it or not.
I shake my head. I'm okay, Falcon.
No, he scoffs. You're not. Like I told you 3 days ago, you don't have to tell me what happened to you, but stop lying and saying you're okay when you're clearly not.
I start, dropping my gaze to his chest as the words get stuck in my throat. I'm sure it would help if I did open up about what happened in that motel room, but I'm not ready yet. I want to be. I'm trying to be. He takes a step toward me and removes his hand from one of my shoulders to brush his thumb lightly over my still bruised cheek. My lips part in a silent gasp as I look up into his eyes.
You don't have to be strong all the time, Hermione. I meant what I said that night. You're one of the strongest women I know, and you did what you needed to do to survive. But you're safe now, and it's okay to fall apart if you need to.
I don't think that's what I need.
Hermione,
he says, an admonishment in his tone as he cuts me off, but I shake my head and place my hand against his broad chest. I don't know what's happening between us right now, but whatever it is, it feels good, so I'm not going to delve into the meaning behind it. No, I'm serious. I'm sure there will be moments when that's what I need, but right now, I think what I need is to just get on with my life. I don't want to let Gino have any more power over me, and I just want to feel normal again. His smile is soft as he drags his thumb back and forth across my skin.
See what I mean? Those are the words of a woman who is stronger than I think she realizes.
I like your faith in me, I whisper. There is something about the look in his eyes as he stares down at me, something that makes my heart race and my knees a little weak. It further highlights the changes in our relationship since he rescued me, and I want to ask him what it all means, but I can't seem to make my mouth work. He drops his gaze to my lips for a split second before meeting my eyes again, and I watch as his tongue darts out to wet his bottom lip.
You want normal?
I nod. Yes. He sucks in a breath, flicking a glance down to my mouth once more before he meets my eyes and leans in ever so slightly.
Can I kiss you, Hermione?
Yes. The word echoes through my head instantly, taking me by surprise. I hadn't given much thought to how I would feel if I was ever kissed or touched by a man again, but I suppose I expected panic and fear. But this is different. This is Falcon, and I know without a single shred of doubt that he would never hurt me. Yes, I whisper, joining the voice, screaming the same word in my head, and he watches me for just a moment before he leans down and presses his lips to mine. It's everything I've spent years fantasizing about, and more. In this one perfect moment, I never met Gino. I was never abducted or held hostage in a nasty motel room. I was never beaten, raped, or almost killed. I'm just a woman kissing the man she's been crushing on for years. I don't know what any of it means, and I can't let myself expect anything more. But I can enjoy this one moment where absolutely everything is right in my world.
Chapter 12. Falcon. A couple of days ago, Hermione returned to the Java Zone for the first time since her abduction. I was nervous about letting her go, but I knew if I held her back, it would only cause a conflict between the two of us. She didn't work that day, but she was checking things out. I mulled over it so much because I had reservations about her going back out in the open, especially since we still haven't found the other Lucifer's Heretics MC members. I spoke with my brothers, who volunteered to do shifts at the coffee shop so Hermione could return to some semblance of normalcy. I understand she wants to move forward and not let this incident shape who she is, and part of that is getting back into the swing of things. Nama and Legs are still helping out at the Java Zone, per my instruction. I don't know much about what people go through after they're abducted, but I've heard that when they come back home, things can be overwhelming. I have so much faith that Hermione's employees can give her any sort of help she needs, but I want to make sure she doesn't feel too overwhelmed. So my hope is that Nama and Legs can assist with anything else she might need while she's at the shop. She isn't talking to me about what happened. Not really, at least. Though, I don't want to force her into speaking about it. When she's ready, she'll tell me what she wants, and I won't push her in the slightest bit. Raja's been with her at the shop for the past couple of days when she goes in to check on things, and they should be coming back soon since her shop closes today at 6. They left for the shop a bit later today than the past couple of days. On the other hand, while I've been having my brothers and allies keep their eyes and ears open looking for the Lucifer's Heretics MC, my mother is bringing over dinner. It's right around Valentine's Day, so she told me she made peanut butter brownies, chocolate chip cookies, and some sort of pink heart cake. Food-wise, she's made roasted red potatoes with garlic and dill, pot roast, homemade macaroni and cheese, and sauced peas. Now, the last bit sounds gross, but my mom is the best cook I know. She can make even the worst-sounding foods delicious. I've been speaking a bit more with Zane, who's the prez of the Reaper's Rejects MC. His club has had some interactions with the Lucifer's Heretics MC, but it was years ago. He knew that there were a couple of people who were left over in the club, but he never thought they'd reform to come back stronger. Now, they just happen to be causing me hell instead of them. I still can't figure this shit out. Why they're targeting Hermione. All of our allies are reaching out to their allies to see if they hear anything about the Lucifer's Heretics MC, but so far, nothing has been said about any of them. When I had my guys calling my allies the other day, I totally forgot that the Reaper's Rejects MC has 2 charters. They have one in Billings, Montana, but the one they have in Las Vegas has been the most informative. Cobra, one of their members' biological fathers, was in the Lucifer's Heretics, but he was killed years ago. From what I understand, Cobra's father beat and raped women. I'm pretty sure the Reaper's rejects handled that themselves, but Zane and Damon, the charter press for Las Vegas, didn't confirm. Then again, they didn't have to. The front door to the clubhouse opens, and my mom walks in with a throwaway metal platter in her hands.
"Boys, I'm going to need some help getting the rest out of my car,"
she tells the club, and almost every single person stands up and heads outside. The last time my mom cooked, everyone was raving about it. She constantly amazes me. Even though she was busting her ass working when I was a kid, she somehow still found a way to make home-cooked meals for us every single night. I don't know how she did it, but Mom's always been a super mom, so to speak. I head out to her car, grab the heart-shaped cake she made and carry it inside, then take it into the kitchen and place it on the counter. By the time I'm back out in the main area, everyone's finished carrying whatever they've needed to inside, and the entire spread is ready.
"You have no idea how excited I was to make this all for the club. It's been so long since I've been here to see you all, and even longer than that since I've cooked,"
my mom exclaims, looking at my group of brothers. "You can cook for us any time you want, Mrs. G," Merlin pipes up with a shit-eating grin on his face. He knows as well as the rest of the group that no one can cook the way my mom does. No one compares to her cooking or baking skills, at least not in my book.
"Maybe I'll do it once a week then. After all, I did retire. If Falcon can provide the budget or get the groceries, I can come here and cook. Would you all like that?"
She's asking like she really thinks someone is going to disagree with her.
"Please do, Mrs. G,"
Moneybags adds.
"Man, I'd love that,"
Bowser comments. "I don't think you're going to get one complaint here," Horseman tells her, and he isn't wrong. No one is going to disagree with a woman who's made our Thanksgiving dinners more times than we can count. We all know she's a damn good cook. I just never want her to exert herself by cooking for all of us. But she did retire a couple of months back, so maybe this will help my mom keep busy. Are you sure you have enough time? Like, honestly. I don't want to add extra stress to your plate, Mom, I tell her as I raise both of my brows. Over the years, I've learned that if I raise my brows and look a little bit intimidating, she'll tell me what she really thinks. She always does the same thing, smacks me on the arm, and then speaks her piece.
"No way."
She smacks me on the arm, practically on cue.
"This is what I want to do, Falcon. I get so bored sitting in that house all the time. Doing something like this once a week for your club will be good for me. The doctor keeps telling me that keeping my mind busy will keep me young. I plan on doing just that, and you know better than to step in my way."
She wags her finger at me, and the entire club chuckles under their breath. "Damn, Mrs. G, remind me not to ever cross you," Bones cackles as he leans against the wall, and she looks right at him.
"Oh, sweetheart, you know better than to do something stupid like that. And let me make this clear for the rest of you. I'm much scarier than my son. He learned how to be so gritty and mean from someone you know, and it surely wasn't his father."
Mom cocks her brows and makes sure she meets eyes with everyone in the club.
"I had no idea Falcon's mom was such a hoot."
Charlie's voice carries over the rest of the crowd, and my mom looks around to see who is speaking. For the most part, the guys walk off and do their own things, but I stick close to my mom. She turns around and hollers,
"Everyone go ahead and get some grub in ya."
Most of the brothers begin beelining it for the kitchen so they can start making their plates. Meanwhile, my mom walks straight over to Charlie.
"I don't believe we've had the pleasure. I'm Mrs. G, Falcon's mother. You must be Charlie. I only say it because I've never seen you before, and I remember those club whores that are always around."
Charlie smiles from ear to ear.
"Hi, yes, it's an absolute pleasure. The guys here have told me you're the best cook they've ever known. I can't wait to have one of your world-famous meals. They're only being sweet because they know I'll beat their hides red if they say otherwise. I heard you and Kinetic have a daughter, right?
Mom pries, and I hope Charlie doesn't mind. I don't even know why the fuck I'm standing here in the first place. It's not like I have to guard over Mom and watch what she says. Charlie nods eagerly.
Yes, Kinetic and I have a daughter. She's running around here somewhere. You can't miss her. She's loud like the Tasmanian devil, and she looks so much like her father. What's the girl's name? Mom questions her. Oh, yes. I can't believe I forgot that. It's Viviana, but we mostly call her Vivi for short.
My mother grabs onto Charlie's hand as she's speaking, and Charlie looks over at me for a split second.
I have to say I was so sorry to hear about what happened to your mother. When Falcon told me, my heart hurt for all of you. It's such a shame to lose the people we love, and it's so hard. Yeah, it is,
Charlie says, and my mom pats her hand.
Now, I heard you and Kinetic are getting married. I want you to tell me all about it, every little detail. Well, I don't have much to go off right now. We're still trying to decide if we want a spring wedding or a summer one. We haven't even decided on a date or any of that. Honestly, there's so much to do, and it's a bit overwhelming.
Charlie already seems in her head about it, and I can't imagine what putting together a wedding is like. I'm sure I will one day, but I'll let my other half do most of that. I only want input on the food and the beer. Otherwise, my lucky lady can make the rest of the decisions.
Mom!
Vivi's voice carries through the room, and Charlie glances over at her and Kinetic's daughter.
There she is. Do you want to meet her?
Charlie asks my mother.
Of course I would,
Mom replies, and the two women walk away like I wasn't even here in the first place. I glance over at the door for a split second, hoping Hermione and Raja get here soon. I know she has to get back into the swing of things, but when she's not around me, I miss her. I miss her so badly.
Chapter 13. Hermione. Normal. It's such a simple little word that holds a world of fucking meaning, especially now. And no matter how hard I reach for it, it seems I can never quite catch the damn thing. Maybe I'm expecting too much too soon, but I've never wanted anything as much as I want to feel like I'm not still trapped in that fucking motel room. There are moments when I get lost in my thoughts, where I wonder if all of this is just a dream. Like maybe I'm still stuck in that hell, and any moment now I'm going to wake up and realize that none of the past week has been real. Especially when I think about what happened when Falcon came with me to the Java Zone a couple of days ago. God, that kiss. I didn't want to look into it too much or make it into something it wasn't, but that's easier said than done. I swear every time I close my eyes, I see him staring down into my eyes just before he pressed his lips to mine. And if I let the memory go too far, I can still feel his lips pressed against mine, and the way he held me tightly against his body. It was probably the single greatest kiss of my life, which is a real feat when you consider everything I just went through. Honestly, since that kiss, I've been thinking that I may have underestimated my feelings for Falcon, chalking them up to a simple crush when in reality they are much deeper. Ever since he walked into that motel room and locked eyes with me, he's made me feel safe when I had no right to, and when I'm about to fall apart, he's always right there to place a hand on my lower back or reassure me with a look. He's my rock. It's as simple and as complicated as that. But it's one more thing that is so far from my normal life that sometimes I can't even remember what my days were like before Gino made his first appearance in my shop. Today is my first official day back at the Java Zone, and while there are parts of being here that do feel normal, there is so much that reminds me that my life has been completely altered. Over the last week, I stopped by every day just to check in and make sure things were running smoothly, but I was never without at least one bodyguard and most of the time, two. Even now, Raja and Horseman are seated at a table right in the middle of the room, one watching the front of the room while the other surveys the back. Nama and Legs are also here on Falcon's orders to help my girls and make sure I don't overexert myself. Sage and Callie didn't take much convincing at all from Nama to insist I spend most of my day seated in one of the booths closest to the register, so I could oversee everything. But any time I try to get up and work, I'm ordered back to my chair. I appreciate their concern. Truly, I do. But I've never been all that good at sitting around and watching other people work when I know there are things that need to be done. So today hasn't been easy for me. Harold also stopped by this morning for his usual cheese Danish and a cup of coffee. And when he saw I was back, his face lit up. It was another little piece of my regular life slotting right back into place. But when he saw the still healing bruises on my cheeks, it stopped him in his tracks. And just like that, I was back in that goddamn motel room. Lord knows I love that old man, but when he gently laid his wrinkled hand against my cheek with tears in his eyes and asked me what happened, I wished, for just a moment, that he hadn't come in today. I'm not even sure what I told him, but I think I managed to fumble my way through an answer before Sage came over and distracted him so I could go lose my shit in the bathroom.
You doing okay, Hermione?
I glance up at Raja standing next to my table and nod. Yeah, I'm okay.
Do you need anything? A refill, maybe?
No, I assure him, pasting a smile on my face as I clutch my mug of tea in my hand. I started off the morning drinking coffee, but somewhere around lunchtime I was shaking like a damn leaf and more anxious than ever, so I had to switch it up for my own sanity. Raja studies me for a moment, assessing if I'm truly all right, before nodding and heading back over to the table where Horseman is sitting. Once he's gone, I glance back behind the counter to check up on the girls. Callie is taking the orders of the 3 customers in line, while Legs and Nama make drinks and grab pastries out of the display case. Sage is on the other end of the counter, putting together sandwiches and bowls of soup for the folks that have ordered those, and they all seem to have everything under control, so I turn back to the window with a sigh. In the past couple of days, I've been thinking about going over to see my mom and dad so I can finally get some answers. There's a part of me, though, that would like to pretend all this never happened. But I'm not naive enough to believe that Gino will just let me go. Not after all the effort he put into abducting me in the first place. And if we're going to put an end to all this, I know I need to get my mom's side of the story. The roar of bikes fills the air, ripping me from my thoughts, and my heart climbs into my throat as I train my gaze on the parking lot. Oh God, no. My vision swims as panic claws at my throat, and I set my mug of tea down on the table to avoid spilling it before folding my trembling hands together and burying them in my lap. Images from my time in the motel flash through my mind, and I close my eyes, trying desperately to breathe through the onslaught. I remember the feeling of Gino's men putting their hands on me, the pain that lanced through my body as Ko thrust inside me for the first time, and each and every blow that Gino delivered as he screamed at me to admit that he was my father. Oh, shit, Raja says, piercing the fog of my memories, and I open my eyes, fully expecting to see the Lucifer's heretics in my parking lot. But it's empty. Sucking in a shaky breath, I scan the space in front of the shop. An older woman, one of my regulars, is lying on the ground outside the door, and I scowl when I notice the large patch of ice under her. Raja and horsemen stand, and I watch as they rush out to her. But when they kneel at her side and start talking to her, my mind jumps back to my parents and getting some answers. It's time. If my reaction to the sound of a couple motorcycles is anything to go by, I need to start doing whatever it takes to end all this and put it behind me, starting with confronting my parents. I watch Raja and horsemen for another moment before glancing over at the back door. It's right next to the bathroom, and I bet I could slip out unnoticed if I moved quickly. Falcon will be pissed when he finds out that I went out on my own, but confronting my parents isn't something I want to do with an audience. Hell, I haven't even told anyone that Gino might be my real father, because saying it out loud will make it too damn real, and I'm not ready for that yet. As Raja and horsemen stand to help the woman up, I grab my bag off the table and slip out of the booth. The moment I'm upright, Callie and Nama look up at me. I force a smile to my face as I slip my small purse behind my back where they won't be able to see it. Bathroom break. They nod, satisfied with my answer, and go back to their tasks. I breathe a sigh of relief and take a peek out of the front as I start making my way through the dining room. Raja and horsemen are helping the woman to her feet, but she's struggling to get her legs under her, giving me another few precious seconds to slip out. When I reach the bathroom door, I do a quick glance to make sure no one is watching me before moving to the back door and slipping out into the alley. I haven't been out here since the night I was taken, but I ignore that thought as I put my head down and make my way toward my car. The cameras will catch me leaving, so it won't be long before Falcon knows that I bailed without my escorts. But if I can just get out of here before Raja and horsemen notice I'm missing, I'll deal with Falcon later. Once I reach my car, I dig my keys out of my purse and unlock it, slipping behind the wheel. After starting it, I pull my phone out of my bag and stare at the blank screen for a moment. Please forgive me for this, I whisper as I unlock it and turn it off so Falcon can't interrupt my task. He's going to be pissed, but I need to do this, and I need to do it alone. With my phone off, I set it back in the passenger's seat and back out of my parking space. My belly does a little flip as I start off toward my parents' house, and my heart hammers in my chest. I'm nervous as hell about this conversation. As much as I want answers, I also don't want to know the truth. I'd love to go back to a time in my life when everything made sense, but I know that's impossible. There's also a part of me that is angry as hell at them for lying to me. Because as much as I didn't want to admit it to Gino, I do believe he was telling me the truth. He is my father. Biologically, of course. And I can't understand why they would keep that from me. Once I get to my parents' house, I consider parking out front, but I don't want Falcon to know I'm here, and I'm sure he knows where they live. So I swing around back and park in the alley. The back door to the house opens as soon as I step out of the car, and my mom scowls at me. "Hermione?" she calls. She's not wearing her glasses, and she probably isn't 100% sure that it's me without them, so I nod. "Yeah, Mom, it's me," she huffs. "What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the day? The shop isn't closed today." It's not surprising that she's asking this question since I very rarely take time off from my business, and I'm usually way too busy to drop by their house in the middle of the day. When I reach the bottom of the steps, she can finally see me clearly. and she gasps as she takes in the bruises still coloring my face. Hermione, what happened to you, baby? I glance behind her to the kitchen. Is Dad here? We need to talk. She nods, standing back to allow me to step past her, and once I'm in the kitchen, she shuts the door and ushers me into the living room. Gently but forcefully, she pushes me into one of the seats on the couch and looks at the stairs to the second floor. "Bert!" she yells, the worry clear in her voice. "Get down here, now!" I can hear my dad grumbling as he makes his way down the stairs, and I glance over my shoulder as he steps into the room. There's a scowl on his face, but when he sees me, it falls away. He's about to smile when his gaze flicks to the discoloration on my cheeks. "Hermione?" I force a smile because I am not about to tell my parents what was done to me in that motel room now or any time soon, if ever. Besides, if they have been lying to me, then I deserve answers, and I deserve them now. You guys should sit. They share a worried glance, and Mom plops down in the chair across from me as Dad steps into the room and sinks into the one on the other side of the fireplace. "What happened to you, sweetie?" Mom asks, her gaze roaming over my face again and again, almost like she's memorizing the bruises that are still visible, and I shake my head. "Does the name Gino mean anything to you, Mom?" She gasps, fear flooding her eyes, and just like that, I have my answer.
Chapter 14. Falcon. As I sit in my office, the silence consumes me. It's been a while since things have been this quiet, quite literally. I don't hear my brother's laughter in the background, and I don't hear any of the club whores giving anyone hell. It's just total and uninterrupted silence. With all the chaos that's been going on, it's a breath of fresh air. A much-needed one, if you ask me. Raja and Horseman are at the Java Zone with Hermione, and as much as I'm trying to distract myself, nothing is working. I keep continuously worrying about her, even though I know she's in perfectly safe hands. Truth be told, when I put my brothers on a protection detail for her, it was mainly for my peace of mind. Over the past couple of weeks, the feelings I have for Hermione have come out of the cracks. I think deep down, I always knew I had immense feelings for her, but I was too afraid to bring them to light because I didn't want them to ruin our friendship. Then, with her abduction, I realized she's the type of woman I can't live without. Sometimes people make lists of what they want in a partner, and Hermione hits everything on that list. She's not only beautiful, but she's intelligent, has a good head on her shoulders, and has a heart purer than anyone else I've ever met in my entire life. Raja was supposed to go with her the other day to the Java Zone, but it was so close to her abduction that I didn't feel right sending him along with Hermione. Instead, I went and made sure things went smoothly. Of course, they naturally did, with Hermione back into the thick of things and all. It was a non-eventful day, which is something we all needed. So far, Hermione hasn't reached out to me once today. It's not typical of her to not check in every few hours, and while I'm trying to keep my anxiety at bay, I keep glancing over at my phone whenever I can. The fact of the matter is that unless I'm the one around her, I feel like she isn't going to be protected or watched properly. I scoop up my phone and decide to head into the kitchen to grab a quick bite to eat. Maybe that'll distract me for a little bit, and I figure it can't hurt. I leave my office and head into the kitchen. Thankfully, no one's here. If they were, I'd be really aggravated, and I wouldn't be the best company at the moment. I've got too much shit on my mind. Hell, if I'm being honest with myself, I'm fucking aggravated that bastard slipped us when we got Hermione. Now, I'm not going to let him slip away from us. I'm going to hunt him down like the rabid wolf he is. The only difference is I'd be merciful to a rabid wolf, but I won't be merciful to this son of a bitch. I head over to the fridge and grab some mayonnaise, American cheese, and some smoked ham. We've got a nice deli a few miles away, and it's where I get all the club's lunch meat at. They even have some nice cuts of meat, too, which is where I have the club horse pick up the meat for our barbecues, parties, and whatever else kind of shindig we're throwing together. I make my sandwich in peace, and after I get everything put back away from where I got it, I take my first blissful bite. The mayonnaise is a nice smooth texture against the bread. Mixed with the cheese and the ham, it's damn good. The only thing that would have made it taste any better is some tomatoes or onion. Unfortunately for me, it looks like the ladies need to go on a grocery run. Whatever. I'll enjoy my sandwich for however long I can in peace. Only, it isn't long before my phone rings. I dig it out of my pocket and see it's Raja. "What's up?" I question him as I take another bite. As I'm waiting for some sort of answer, silence fills my ear. Prez, I don't know how to tell you this, but a woman fell outside of the Java zone. Somehow, I don't think what Raja's about to tell me even remotely coincides with this woman. "Get to the point, Raja," I bark out as I open my water bottle and take a swig. "Horseman and I went to help the older woman, naturally, and once we made sure she was okay and settled, we went back inside. Hermione disappeared. Horseman is looking at the footage right now, and Hermione walks out and goes toward her car. I don't think she was abducted or anything like that. It looks like she went to her car." Raja's voice gets a bit lower near the end, and I find myself clenching my fists. "Is that supposed to make me feel better? The man who fucking did this to her is still out there somewhere, and Hermione's AWOL? You and Horseman let Hermione slip by you? Anyway, you said it looked like she went to her car. How don't you know if she got there or not? Because I'm not getting anything definitive from you." I'm screaming into the phone, but I don't honestly give a shit. He and Horseman fucked up, and they fucked up greatly. There isn't one damn reason that both of them should have gone to help that older woman. One of them could have easily stayed inside while the other one went to go tend to the woman. Now, because both of them chose to not use that thing between their ears, Hermione's gone. "The camera doesn't reach that far, Prez. It stops at the car next to her, but it doesn't get all the way over to her car," Raja tells me, and all I see is red right now. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Why in the fuck did I even trust them with protecting Hermione? Why in the world would I have ever trusted them with guarding her the way I would? I should have known they wouldn't do that. How they wouldn't be capable of doing it in the first place. For all I know, she could have been coerced outside and had a gun held to her head. I have no fucking idea, honestly, and that doesn't ease my worries one bit. It only makes them that much worse. Fuck, I think I might just throw up this sandwich. You and Horseman leave the shop right now, and you might as well search every bit of town trying to find her. Don't come back to the club until she's found. Do you understand me? Every word I'm saying to Raja comes out with seething anger. I don't know if I've ever been this furious in my fucking life, but I have good reason to be so upset. I hang up the phone without saying one word to Raja and pull up my messages app. To Hermione. "Where are you? Raja told me he couldn't find you. At least text me and let me know if you're okay, so we're not all worrying." I'm praying to God that I'll get a text message back within the next couple of minutes, but when the minutes pass and I don't get a text message, I resort to calling her. Only her phone goes straight to voicemail. There are two options here. Hermione either shut her phone off on purpose, or someone turned off her phone. I walk out into the main area of the clubhouse. Some of the guys are on couches, while others are in an intense game of pool. "I need you all to reach out to our allies again. Hermione's in the wind, and I'm unsure if there's been foul play involved," I state, and as soon as I speak, Everyone's looking at me. They all stop what they're doing once I'm finished and dig their phones out from their pockets, or start tapping away on them, then bring them to their ears. At least I can always depend on my brothers to do as I order. A few of them leave the room as they're having their discussions while I make some calls as well. We've spoken to all of our allies, including the Reaper's Rejects MC Club in Las Vegas. There are often times that I forget there's even a club out there. We end up finding out nothing useful, and it only causes me to worry even more. After a certain point, all of the brothers and I leave the clubhouse. We're riding around the city and surrounding area to see if we can spot Hermione or her car. 3 hours pass without so much as a sighting, so I head back to the clubhouse to see if maybe she'll come back on her own terms, if she even went off on her own terms to begin with. I walk in through the doorway, and I'm so furious that I end up slamming my fist through the drywall. I leave a hole, naturally, but I couldn't care less than I do right now. It's something we can fix, but even if we couldn't, I'm sure it would prevent some people from starting an argument with me. I go into the main part of the living area and take a seat on one of the couches. It's the perfect place to have a front row seat of the front door. I sit here for ages watching the door like it's going to magically come open, but it doesn't. Then, when I least expect it, the door does open, and the woman I've been having everyone search for is the one walking through it. I can't contain my rage. She didn't call me. She couldn't even have the fucking decency to send me a text and let me know she was okay. Instead, she's walking in here like a dog who's about to get scolded for going on a run with her tail between her legs. Where in the hell were you? I've had everyone searching for your ass, I hiss, and I don't even give a flying fuck that I sound the way I am right now. She scared the living shit out of me, especially after everything we went through with her being abducted in the first place. Hermione inhales deeply through her nostrils and finally meets my gaze. I needed to go speak to my parents, so I did. I swallow hard, because I know I can't be hearing her correctly. I'm sorry. You did what? You heard me. Hermione's tone gets a bit snippy now, and I'm not the one to fuck with, especially after she scared me half to death. Do you realize how foolish that is, especially with what just happened? If you wanted to go see them, I could have arranged for someone to take you there.
That's the problem, Falcon. I don't need chaperones everywhere I go. It's like I'm some unruly teenager that you don't want to let out of your sight. It's getting exhausting. So fucking exhausting.
Unruly teenager? I'm trying to make sure you aren't taken again. I'm trying to make sure you're protected. Do you even realize what I thought happened? Can you even comprehend how fucking worried I've been this entire time? I shoot up from the couch, and I'm visibly shaking. I'm not sure if it's because I'm worried or because I'm furious.
Why do you even care so much, Falcon? It's not like we're more than occasionally friendly faces. We're just two people who know each other, right? So why do you even care?
Emotion floods Hermione's voice, and everything about the way she's speaking to me right now tells me she knows damn well why I give a shit. But I'll vocalize it for her if I have to. That's bullshit and you know it. I've secretly been in love with you for years, Hermione. I've just been lying to myself because I didn't want to ruin our friendship. I thought our friendship was more important than me potentially fucking this up. But I don't want to be friends anymore. The moment I found out you were missing, I realized how much you mean to me, and I can't bear the thought of you ever being hurt again. I'm in love with you, Hermione.
I thought the kiss was a one-time thing,
Hermione admits, and licks her lips nervously. It could never be a one-time thing with me, because when I close my eyes, I see you. When my mind is clear, I think about you. You are everything to me, Hermione, and I hope you see that now. I can't imagine my life without you in it, and I know I run the risk of fucking everything up, but I can't pretend like you're just a friend anymore. Not when I feel this strongly about you. I walk over to Hermione and place my hands on either side of her face. I stare down into her deep, gorgeous, dark eyes and slowly inch my lips closer to hers. Your lips are the only ones I ever imagine kissing, and I want to do it for as long as I can. I meet my lips with hers, and after an initial shock, Hermione kisses me back too. She's meeting every movement, and I think right now I know how she feels about me. This isn't just one-sided, and thank fuck for that. I'm still pissed, but at least she's safe.
Chapter 15. Hermione. He loves me? Oh my God, he loves me. Never in my wildest, maybe in my wildest dreams, I imagined he might feel this way about me. In those brief, fleeting moments when I was lost in a world that didn't exist, I allowed myself to think about what it would be like to hear those words fall from his lips, but never did I think it would actually happen. Not once. Because Falcon has had years to confess his feelings to me, and when he never did, it was just easier to assume that I had misread things. It was safer than hoping against hope that he might have feelings for me too. But no, he loves me. Falcon moves his hands from my face, pulling me blissfully back into the moment, and slips one into my hair to cradle the back of my head while the other wraps around my waist and pulls me closer. His tongue flicks out, teasing the seam of my lips. With his t-shirt clenched in my fists and his hard, unyielding frame molded to mine in the most delicious way, I hand over control to him, parting my lips. A single moment isn't wasted as he takes advantage of my submission, his tongue stroking, teasing mine, and demanding more. I can't help moaning at the desperation coursing through me, screaming for him to touch me everywhere, all at once, and he answers with a deep groan of his own as he fists a chunk of my hair. But just as I think we're about to move this along to something a little more X-rated, he pulls away, a pained expression on his face as he meets my eyes. His broad chest heaves as he tries to catch his breath, and his gaze flicks to my lips repeatedly, like he's not sure he can't stop himself from going back for seconds. I love the need in his warm brown eyes. It's the same intense sensation making me feel like my knees might buckle at any moment, and just one more sign that this is all real.
Why did you go see your parents, baby?
I blink at the change of topic, staring up at him as my brain takes a moment to catch up. The words should be a bucket of ice water poured over both of our heads, but when we're like this, in each other's arms, it feels like nothing could stand in the way of the two of us coming together. Besides, with Falcon holding me, it all feels so much easier to talk about. Still, I don't want any of his brothers or the club whores overhearing the things I learned today, so I shake my head. Not here, Falcon.
Come with me,
he orders, releasing me to grab my hand and pull me along behind him as he trudges across the clubhouse to his room. Thankfully, things are pretty quiet today, and when we reach his door, he punches the code into the keypad and it pops open. He stands back, allowing me to enter first, and after I take a few steps into the room, he follows behind me. As soon as the door is shut, he drags me back into his arms and spins us until my back presses against the door.
Now, tell me why you needed to go see your parents.
I take a deep breath and meet his eyes. The man who broke my window at the shop and the man who took me. His name is Gino, and it turns out that he is my real father."
"What?"
He hisses, his voice fading off at the end of the word as his brows knit together. He searches my eyes and drags a thumb back and forth across my cheek.
"Are you telling me your biological father did all this to you?"
Not all of it, but he did his fair share before handing me off to his men to finish the job.
"Why?"
He growls, jerking back like I physically slapped him, but I hook my finger into his belt loop, keeping him from going too far from me. When we're like this, when he's pressed up against me, when I can smell his cologne and feel his hands on my waist, it makes it so much easier to talk about the hell I went through. He meets my gaze, confusion and outrage in his eyes. It doesn't surprise me, though, because a man like Falcon could never understand the kind of evil, twisted shit that goes through Gino's mind. He wanted me to admit that I am his daughter, and when I told him to go fuck himself, he decided that he was going to beat some respect into me. Falcon just stares at me for a moment before he sucks in a breath and closes his eyes, laying his forehead against mine.
"You told a man like that to go fuck himself?"
"Yes," I whisper, nodding softly as I close my eyes and lean into him. I fully acknowledge how dumb my decisions were in that motel room, but I'm not sure that, faced with that situation again, I would do anything differently. He sighs and pulls away. As I open my eyes, I'm greeted by an admonishing look from him.
"You're going to be the death of me, woman."
I smile. "I'm sorry."
"No, you're not."
He scoffs, cupping my cheek in his hand. Falcon is trying his hardest to scold me for the things I did and the choices I made in that motel room. But even now, I can see the feelings he has for me in his eyes and feel them in every touch. "Well," I whisper, placing my hand on his broad chest as I try to mash down the grin on my face. "I am sorry that it's going to send you into an early grave, but I just couldn't give him what he wanted. I couldn't let him win, Falcon."
"Call me Malcolm, babe. I think we're way past using my road name at this point, but only when it's just the two of us, okay?"
I nod. "Okay."
"And,"
he sighs, rolling his eyes,
"as much as I don't like it, I understand you not wanting to willingly hand anything over to that bastard."
"Does that mean I'm forgiven for sneaking out and not telling you where I was going?" I ask, my lips twitching as I fight off the smile desperately trying to surface. I can see it in his eyes that I was forgiven the moment I walked into his clubhouse, safe, and his lips touched mine. But I want to hear him say it. He searches my gaze, pretending he's not already putty in my hands, before glancing down at my lips.
Don't know. Maybe kiss me again and we'll see."
I arch a brow. "You've gotten awfully demanding over the last couple of weeks. Is this how it's going to be from now on?"
"God, I hope so,"
he mutters, yanking me closer as his lips descend to mine, and I give up pretending to fight him. Because just like before, I melt into him in an instant, and my lips part without any instruction from me to do so. He groans and meets me stroke for stroke, with his tongue against mine as he grabs my leg and hikes it up to his hip. I don't even get to enjoy it for a moment before he pulls his lips from mine, though, and begins kissing a line down my neck as he grinds his hips against mine. A rush of warmth spreads through my body like wildfire, and I cling to his shoulders as I tilt my head back and moan. Oh, God, it feels so good. He feels so good.
Fuck,
he whispers, gravel in his voice that sends goosebumps racing across my skin as he kisses back up the side of my neck and finds my lips again. My breasts feel heavy, and my nipples pebble in the confines of my bra, begging to be touched, sucked, and pinched. I rub them against his chest, earning another groan from him, and I quickly become addicted to the sound. His rough, calloused hand slips under my t-shirt and drags across my back, making me shudder. And then the dam breaks. Memories from the last time I was touched invade my mind, and I rip my lips from his with a gasp. Squeezing my eyes shut and bracing my hands on his shoulders, I try to block the thoughts out, but I can't seem to shove them back into the little box I've been storing them in ever since I was rescued from the motel.
Look at me, baby,
Malcolm urges, cupping my cheek. I know he's close because I can feel his warm breath on my lips, and I shudder as I remember Butters standing behind me as Coe and Hijack cut the tape securing me to the chair, and the way his breath hit my neck, spelling out my impending doom.
Hermione, look at me.
The command in his voice forces my eyes open, and I meet his concerned gaze as he searches my face. I'm okay. He pulls back sharply.
Bullshit. What the hell just happened, sweetheart?
I shake my head and yank my gaze from his, finding a spot on the wall just over his shoulder to focus on as I try to regulate my breathing. I just need a minute.
Again, bullshit,
he says, leaning down and scooping me off the floor with ease. As I let out a squeal of surprise, he carries me over to the bed and sits down on the edge of the mattress. Keeping me firmly in his grasp, he moves my body until I'm facing him, straddling his lap with his hands gripping my hips.
Tell me what the hell that was, Hermione.
Shit. I guess it's time to tell him everything. And all I can do is hope he won't look at me any differently after he knows. When I was in the hotel, I whisper, keeping my gaze on his chest as I fiddle with his t-shirt to distract myself. Gino's men, He cups my cheek and forces my eyes to his.
What did they do, baby?
He phrases it like a question, but it sounds more like a demand, and as I watch him watch me, it's clear that he already knows. Hell, maybe he suspected this whole time, and all it took was my little freak-out a moment ago to confirm it for him. Either way, the cat's out of the bag. I think you already know. Barely restrained rage lurks in his gaze as he stares up at me.
They raped you.
All I can do is nod. He drops his head and closes his eyes. His hands clench, gripping my hips tighter, and with him denying me his gaze, I can only imagine what he's thinking. But I don't want him to dwell on this or get too far into his head, picturing the hell I endured. So I press my hand to his cheek. Look at me, I murmur, repeating his words back to him and pulling him from his dark thoughts. As he meets my eyes, I lean down and kiss him. This one is so much more tender than any we've shared before, and I feel the tension and anger seep from his body as he releases one of my hips and slides his hand up my back. It slips into my hair again, and he massages the back of my head as he worships my mouth. He's a complete contradiction, hard, unrelenting biker, and soft, passionate lover. The combination makes my head spin, and just when I think I've gotten him to forget, he pulls away.
We shouldn't do this. You're not ready.
I cut him off with another quick kiss before leaning back and shaking my head. You don't get to decide what I'm ready for and when. I want this, Malcolm. I want you. His brows furrow, and he searches my gaze yet again, uncertainty filling his eyes, and I pray he can see the sincerity in mine, because I've never meant anything more in my life. I've waited years to find out that he felt this way about me, and I'll be damned if I let him or anyone else ruin this moment. Finally, he nods.
Stay with me, baby,
he whispers, wrapping his arms around my waist and turning us until I'm lying on my back in the middle of the bed as he hovers over me.
If you start to panic again, just look at me and know that I would die before I'd ever let anyone hurt you again.
The truth of his statement is staring back at me in his brown eyes, and I nod, a throbbing ache in my chest at the magnitude of his words. I don't have to question it, because I'm more certain than I've ever been that this man would do anything for me. I've never had someone care about me like that, and I vow to myself to fight for him and love him just as hard. Kiss me, baby, I say, but he doesn't immediately comply, searching my gaze for another moment before he leans down and seals his lips to mine. God, there really is nothing else on earth like being kissed by Malcolm. This is the kind of shit people write songs about, and I could spend the rest of my days right here and die a very happy woman. Closing my eyes, I let my fingers drag over the stubble on his face and breathe in the scent that is uniquely him, reminding me every single second where I am, and that in his hands I am safe. Just like when he kissed me outside of the Java Zone, he made everything else disappear, and I'm totally lost in him alone. Unfortunately, he drags me from my bliss as he flips me over, so I'm on top, straddling his waist as he grips my hips.
You're in charge, sweetheart, and I am at your mercy.
I grin as I drag my fingers over his chest, wishing I was touching his bare skin instead of his t-shirt. Really? A girl could get used to this.
Don't push it,
he growls, fighting back a smile as he stares up at me like I'm the thing lighting up his world. He reaches up and threads his fingers through my hair before pulling me down into another kiss. I roll my hips against his, teasing him, and he sucks in a breath through his teeth. Trying to top from the bottom, I see. I whisper against his lips, and he laughs, but instead...
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
Instead of coming back with the quip that I know is right on the tip of his tongue, he just kisses me again, and again, and again, and again. I'm drowning in him, But it's not enough. Placing my hand on his chest, I roll my hips again, enjoying the friction against my sensitive pussy as much as the groan it elicits from him. God, I love that sound. As I do it again, I decide there are way too many articles of clothing between us and pull myself away from his kiss to sit up and yank my shirt over my head. He sucks in a breath, fire dancing in his eyes as he moves one hand up to my rib cage, and as he delicately brushes the still discolored skin there. I can see him getting lost in his own head again. But I refuse to let him go back to that motel room. So I curl my fingers, digging them into his chest just slightly as I rock against him again. His erection is straining against his jeans, and I manage to hit it just right, and my body shudders as a rush of wetness settles between my thighs. "Malcolm," I moan, and when I meet his eyes, he looks like he wants to devour me. Yes, please." My eyes dance down the front of his body, and I slip my hands under his t-shirt, letting the tips of my fingers dance over his skin. "You're overdressed." He flashes me a tantalizing grin as he wraps his arm around my waist and sits up on the bed. Once he's upright, he peels the cut off his back and tosses it to the side before he reaches behind his back to grab his t-shirt. As he pulls, I shove from the bottom, helping him shed the material, and as soon as he's free, he envelops me in his arms and presses his lips to mine like he can't get enough. I certainly know the feeling. The sensation of his bare skin against mine ramps me up like nothing before, and I whimper, grinding down on his denim-covered cock as a new level of desperation swallows me up. I need him. He is consuming me, and still I want more. With a groan, he reaches up my back and unhooks my bra with ease. I pull away just long enough to slip the garment off before I'm back in his arms and kissing him again. My nipples drag through the light dusting of hair on his chest, and he mashes me tighter against his body as his teeth sink into my bottom lip. Crying out, I grind down on him again. "Fuck, baby," he bites out, reaching down between us to pop open the button of my jeans. "Stand up before you make me come in my jeans like a fucking kid." I can't scramble off his lap fast enough, and once I'm on my feet in front of him, he scoots to the very edge of the bed and looks up at me. He's fucking me with his eyes alone as he reaches up and slowly drags the zipper of my jeans down. A grin teases his lips because he knows what he's doing to me, but my desperation doesn't deter him as he takes his time, leisurely shoving my jeans off my hips and down my legs. I fidget in front of him, frantic to feel his hands on me again, desperate for his kiss, and absolutely feral to feel him moving inside me. I've never wanted someone like this before, and I may just die if he doesn't hurry the fuck up. It's like he knows it, too, because he pulls his gaze from mine, smirking like the goddamn cat that ate the canary as he hooks his fingers into the front of my panties and just as slowly pulls them down my legs. And just as I'm planning my attack for the moment I'm free, he places a soft kiss against my stomach. I melt. That's all it takes is one kiss from him, and I'm a fucking puddle at his feet. But he doesn't stop there. Instead, he drags his tongue up my body to my tit and sucks my nipple into his mouth. Oh, fuck, baby. I whimper, letting my head fall back as the tugging sensation sends a rush of moisture right between my thighs. My fingers thread through the hair at the top of his head, and he hums his approval, never once pulling his mouth from my breast. His hand snakes up the opposite side of my body before pinching my other nipple between his index finger and thumb. My knees buckle. Of course, he doesn't let me fall, though. Before I can even register what's happened, he's wrapping an arm around me and pulling me back into his lap. He spins us, depositing me on the mattress, and his lips find mine again. My heart thunders in my chest, and every inch of my body feels like it's tingling as his tongue duels with mine, and he thrusts his hips against me, making my pussy throb. I need more. I need all of him. Malcolm, please, I plead, dragging my nails down his back and pulling another long, drawn-out groan from him. He peppers a few more kisses against my lips before he stands and unbuttons his jeans, never once taking his eyes off me. God, the man is a fucking work of art. He's well-built but not overly muscled, like he gained all his weight from working, instead of spending hours upon hours in the gym. There's a dusting of dark hair on his chest that I can't wait to run my fingers through again. But I can't take my eyes off the little trail of hair leading into his jeans. As I meet his eyes, I lick my lips, and he flashes me a cocky smirk as he kicks his boots off and shoves his jeans down his legs. His cock springs free, long and thick, jutting out from his body proudly as he kicks his pants the rest of the way off. And before I get a chance to admire him anymore, he's back on the bed, crawling over me.
You okay?
He asks, brushing the backs of his fingers over my cheek, and I nod, flashing him a smile to reassure him. It's like I told him before. I want this, and no one gets to take that away from me. He studies me for just a moment before a ghost of a smile teases his lips, satisfied with my answer, and he leans down to kiss me. This time he doesn't linger, though. Instead, he kisses my lips a few times before slowly making his way down my neck. Goosebumps race across my entire body, and I close my eyes on a moan, tilting my head back to give him better access. One hand dips between my thighs, and on instinct my body tenses and my legs snap together. He presses a kiss just behind my ear and whispers,
"You're here with me, baby. It's okay."
His voice melts me, erasing every fear or hesitation, and my legs pop open, my body submitting to him without a second thought, and he groans in my ear as he presses another kiss to my neck. He drags his fingers up the inside of my thigh, and my hips buck off the bed as a wave of need pounds through me. When he doesn't move his hand to my center, I lift my hips off the bed again, urging him to touch me where I want him the most, and he chuckles in my ear.
"There's my girl."
All I can do is moan at his words, because I have no more snappy comebacks or witty quips. My mind is empty, and I'm lost in every minute touch or kiss from him. Finally, he drags his fingers through my slit. My hips shoot up off the bed, begging for more, and mercifully, he gives it. He gently brushes the tips of 2 fingers over my clit, and I cling to his body as I moan his name.
"Jesus Christ, Hermione, you're fucking drenched,"
he hisses, the restraint in his voice paper-thin, and I nod frantically, pulling him back to me for another kiss, but he only places a few quick pecks against my lips before he pulls back. Meeting my eyes, he wedges himself between my thighs and brushes the tip of his cock against my pussy.
You ready?
Yes. Every ounce of desperation I feel weaves itself through my voice, and I nod, lifting my hips up slightly in encouragement. He groans as he reaches between us and grabs his cock, rubbing it against my clit. My fingers dig into his shoulders, and I close my eyes, lost in the sensations swarming me.
Open your eyes, baby,
he orders, and they pop right open, meeting his molten gaze.
I want to see the look on your gorgeous face when I slide my cock inside you for the first time.
He doesn't even give me time to respond before he lines himself up at my entrance and gently fills me. I moan, never once taking my eyes off him as my body stretches to accommodate his impressive length, and I understand what he meant about watching me, because the look of wonder, love, and absolute bliss on his face is something I want to see again and again for the rest of my damn life.
Chapter 16. Falcon. It's been a few days since I confessed my feelings to Hermione, and then the two of us had the most delicate, sensual sex I've ever had in my life. I found myself literally making love to a woman when I don't think I've ever really done it before. I know how to fuck, naturally. You aren't in the club lifestyle and don't know how to get your rocks off or pleasure a woman. I thankfully managed to do both, but I did it so differently than I normally do. There wasn't any pounding into her or ramming into her. There were only soft, delicate movements. She was raped when she was taken. So the last thing I wanted to do was be rough or remind her of anything that happened while she was at that motel. I think I did a good job of keeping her mind from rolling back to that awful place, but I don't know for sure. It's not like I'd bring it up, because I refuse to make her talk about it. A lot of times, they say people talking about their issues is helpful, but I'm not a therapist. "You good, Prez?" Hawk asks, pulling me from my internal thoughts. We're at a local diner called Dolly's. Sometimes the two of us like to get out of the clubhouse and away from everyone in it. Over the past few weeks, I've found myself growing increasingly frustrated with my brothers, and while I do love them, they've irked me to no end recently. Especially Raja and Horseman. I can't believe they let Hermione slip away from them like that. I don't know if I've forgiven them for that fuck-up just yet. They'll likely have to earn it, and I don't think they've paid enough. I know one day they'll know the same fear and anger I felt, but only when they have women in their lives that they love just as much. Yeah, just got a lot of shit on my mind, I tell Hawk as I dig my fork into my maple syrup-soaked pancakes. As I pop them into my mouth, I remember what my mother used to say to me as a child. She made pancakes nearly every morning, and she always told me that if I didn't put the butter on first, how the pancake police would come for me. It seems silly now, but back then, I was terrified of the pancake police. I guess I thought they were a different sort of unit, kind of like how there's SWAT, patrol, game wardens, etc. I don't blame you, man. I did hear some shit going down in your room last night, though. Walls might be thick, but sometimes the walls are paper thin. Last night was one of those nights, my man. Hawk smirks at me, and I know he heard Hermione and me. Or at least he heard something. We weren't overly loud, but my bed frame is a bit older. I know there was some squeaking last night. Maybe that's what tipped him off. You and Hermione finally make things official between the two of you? Official? I'm not sure. Known and out in the open? Yeah. I'm not sure what we are just yet, but there's been so much going on. I'm sure soon we'll have an actual discussion about it. She's the type of woman I can see you making an old lady, Hawk tells me as he finishes another sip of coffee. Me too. Truth is, I held back my feelings for her for a long time. I thought I'd ruin the great friendship we had between the two of us, and I didn't want to do that. It didn't seem worth the risk, honestly. Hawk furrows his brows together before he laughs. Sometimes the most important things in our lives are worth the risk. I never thought about it like that, but Hawk isn't wrong. Maybe my VP has some good advice to dish out from time to time. Never thought about it like that. A lot of people don't. They see the warning, and they must tell themselves, nope, not gonna do it. Sometimes I think fear controls too much of people's lives. Shit, I doubt he knows it, but I feel a little called out right now. My fear has been controlling how much I've been watching over Hermione and how much I've had my brothers watching over her, too. Sometimes it can, but it's never bad to be on the side of caution. Sometimes we have to be cautious, or else it could cost us our lives or someone we love. You're not wrong about that. We've seen it time and time again. Hawk has been by my side for a long time. Truth be told, there's no one else I trust more than him. Kinetic comes in as a close second, but no one will ever compare to Hawk. Without him, I doubt I could lead the club the way I have all these years. Hawk and I finish eating our breakfast when an older town local, Mrs. Hannigan, comes over to us.
Well, hello there, gentlemen. Maybe you can do me a favor and let your boys know, who didn't wave back at me this morning, that they were awfully rude. One even stuck up his middle finger, and there's no excuse for that.
I'm taken aback by Mrs. Hannigan's words. One of my guys did that to you?
They sure did. I take it you'll have a stern talking to with them, so they don't do it again. I've only ever been nice to the group of you, and I know you boys love those Christmas cookies I make every year. It's starting to make me reconsider even baking them for you.
Oh, Mrs. Hannigan, I'll deal with it as soon as I get back to the clubhouse. I'll personally see to it.
Good. I'll be seeing you boys around then,
Mrs. Hannigan says before walking over to a booth with a whole bunch of older women. She's smiling as soon as she sits down with her friends, and the waitress comes over shortly after. I dig out my wallet and put two $20 bills on the table. I want to get back to the club and figure out who the fuck it was that was an ignorant shit to Mrs. Hannigan. Don't blame you. I'll personally lay a punch for even threatening my Christmas cookies. Those powdered ones she makes are delicious, Hawk adds, and I cackle. There's nothing more important to him than getting some good food around the holidays. The two of us leave Dolly's and head back for the clubhouse. We're there in about 10 minutes, and every single bike is accounted for except Raja and Horseman. They're with Hermione at the Java Zone right now. As soon as we get off our bikes, my phone rings, so I, of course, look to see who it is. Even though I have something to deal with the club right now, I can't ignore my mother's call. Hello? I say into the receiver.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing this week?
Not too bad, Mom. How about you?
Oh, you know me. Tearing up the city any time I can. Causing all that mayhem and all.
She giggles joyfully at the end because we both know the only mayhem my mother is stirring up is at her scrapbooking club. Oh, don't I know it. I just left breakfast with Hawk. We had some good old-fashioned pancakes, almost like the way you make them. I don't say just like the way she makes them, because there's no one who cooks like my mom. There's no one who can do it better than her, in my opinion.
Good, good. Any other news? A little birdie told me the woman who owns the Java Zone has been staying with you at the club. Is that true?
Now, who in the hell would be telling my mother this? It has to be one of her friends, naturally. Yeah, and I'm actually seeing her, sort of. We haven't put a label on anything yet, but she is very important to me. I want you to know that.
It's been a very long time that I've waited to hear such a thing. So many women have broken your heart, sweetie. I hope she is the one who cherishes it until the end of days. I go into her coffee shop a couple of times a week, you know. Hermione is a lovely girl. She's so personable, too.
Yes, she is. She's a very special woman, I add.
Yes, and you have to bring her over for dinner one day next week. I will not accept no for an answer. Do you hear me?
I wouldn't dare tell you no, Mom. Next week sounds good. I'll talk to her about it and let you know what day we can come over, okay?
Sounds good. I love you.
Love you too, Mom, I say, and then hang up the phone. As soon as I hang up the phone, I go into the clubhouse and clear my throat. Who's been out today? I holler inside the clubhouse. Everyone's attention is suddenly on me, and I'm surprised that no one has said a thing. Did you not hear me? I've asked who's been out of the clubhouse today, I state ever so clearly. No one says a word. None of us have left, Prez. Can I ask why you're asking? Kinetic questions. Mrs. Hannigan said one of us flipped her off this morning, and I want to know who it was, I tell the whole club. She makes our Christmas cookies for us every year. Whoever it was is threatening our cookie supply, and each of you know how much I love those fucking powdered cookies she makes. Hawk gets in on it, sounding a bit pissed off by the whole thing. None of us have been out, I swear. I've been in here all day. The only people who were out were you two and Raja and Horseman, Vader speaks up. Is she sure it wasn't someone else? Kinetic questions. Vader's scrolling around on his phone and raises both of his brows, then looks at me. What is it? You look like you know something. Kinsey Jackson just posted on Facebook, and her status reads, "If those bikers with the devil vests don't stop speeding in my small neighborhood, I'm going to put nails out in the road just to pop one of their tires." Kinsey's a local woman who's lived here for a few years. She's a single mom who lives a couple of blocks away. Bikers with the devil cuts can only mean one thing. The Lucifer's Heretics MC is back. We need to get to the Java Zone. Now, I order, and everyone jumps to their feet. We'll be lucky if they haven't acted on anything yet.
Chapter 17. Hermione.
Fuck, baby.
He hisses as he moves, thrusting his cock into me before slowly dragging it back out just to torture me. But he may just be tormenting himself even more if the pained expression on his face is anything to go by.
I fucking love the look on your gorgeous face when I'm inside you.
Oh, God, I moan, fighting the urge to close my eyes and revel in the sensation of my building orgasm. It's a struggle every time we have sex, because it feels so goddamn good. But he likes the eye contact, and over the last few days I've come to crave it just as much. Not once in my 31 years have I had a connection like the one I have with Malcolm, and looking into his eyes as he makes love to me just strengthens that. Plus, it reminds me that I'm here with him, and no one is ever going to put their hands on me again.
Yo, Earth to Hermione.
I blink, snapping out of the memory as I look over at Raja. He meets my gaze and arches a brow, fighting back a grin.
Huh? Something on your mind?
He asks, holding up his empty coffee cup. I glance at the full pot of fresh coffee in my hand before taking a step forward and pouring some into his cup. As he sets the mug back down on the table, I scold him with a look. I'm pretty sure the whole damn clubhouse knows about Falcon and I at this point, but no one has said anything, and I doubt they will. One, because he would absolutely kick their asses for teasing me about it. And two, because I think, deep down, they're all happy we're together. Or whatever we are. I don't know. We haven't really talked about it. Lord knows we've been on each other like rabbits, going at it whenever we can, because I can't seem to get enough of the man, and he can't seem to get enough of me. But we haven't actually sat down and defined our relationship. He loves me, and I love him, and we're fucking every single chance we get, but nothing is official. I'm surprised by how zen I am about it, though. I fully believe that once all of this shit with Gino is dealt with, Falcon and I will sort things out. The rumble of bikes cuts through my thoughts, and I glance up at the newly replaced window as I fight back a smile. Falcon didn't mention anything about coming to see me today, but he likes to pop in when he has time and just check up on me, so it's not all that surprising. Eager to see my man, I turn and rush back behind the counter, setting the coffee pot back on the stand as I untie my apron. The engine's cut off, and I can't wipe the stupid grin off my face. After stowing my apron underneath the register, I go back to the dining room to wait for him. But Falcon isn't the man walking up to my shop right now. "Gino," I whisper, the fear and pain I've kept mostly locked away since the moment Falcon rescued me from that motel room, filling my voice. Horseman looks up from the paper he's been perusing and glances over at the door.
Oh, fuck.
He kicks Raja's chair.
"We've got company."
I peek around the shop and breathe a sigh of relief. There is only one customer in here right now, a middle-aged man in a nice suit, and I snap my fingers to get his attention. He glances up from his laptop. "You might want to take your coffee to go, sir." His brows knit together as he processes my words, and then he turns to the front door just as Gino, Co, and Sandman walk in. With wide eyes, he snaps the laptop closed, but it's too late. I clock the pistol in Gino's hand just as Raja shoves me behind him, and Horseman pulls out his own piece.
"You don't want to do this, asshole,"
Horseman warns, and Gino glances from me to the two men guarding me before meeting my eyes again, with that deranged grin on his face. Almost as if it's happening in slow motion, Gino raises his gun and levels it in my direction. Somehow, Horseman gets his pistol up first and fires, taking out a chunk of brick just past Gino's shoulder. Raja grabs the table closest to him and flips it on its side, creating a shield for us, and he shoves me down to my knees behind it. Another shot rings out, and Raja yells as he crumples to the floor next to me, clutching his leg.
"Motherfucker!"
Blood is pouring from a hole in his thigh, and I stare at it for a second before the first aid training I took when I was in college kicks in. I need to press something against it to stop the bleeding, but the only thing I have near me are the clothes on my back. Shit. Horseman ducks behind the table with us as more shots fill my quaint little coffee shop, and I squeeze my eyes shut as my heart thunders in my chest. Someone is screaming from the back room, and there is a hissing that makes me think someone shot one of my espresso machines, but the sound of glass breaking forces my eyes open again, just as Horseman ducks behind our little makeshift barrier. "Here," he says, holding out his t-shirt to me before gesturing to Raja's leg. "Make sure he doesn't bleed out." He turns back to the chaos and pops back above the table again to fire a few shots back at Gino and his men. A bullet whips past him and goes clean through the bathroom door at the back of the shop, leaving a perfect little hole in its wake. Turning my attention back to Raja, I wad up Horseman's shirt and press it to his wound. He hisses, gnashing his teeth together as he squeezes his eyes closed and grips his leg so hard his knuckles turn white. "I'm sorry, Raja," I whisper, and with his teeth still clenched, he shakes his head and tries his best to flash me a grin.
"What? Like I've never been shot before? Besides, it doesn't even hurt that bad."
I lean forward and gently pat his cheek. "Okay, tough guy."
"That's enough!"
Gino yells, his voice rising above the hail of gunfire decimating my little coffee shop, and everything goes silent.
"Now, I would like to speak to Hermione."
Horseman snorts.
"Yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen." "Like you can stop me, you little pissant."
Gino laughs, his men joining him, and it takes every ounce of restraint I have to not grab the gun in Raja's hand and deal with this myself. I fucking hate Gino. I hate his goddamn men. But more than anything, I hate everything they stole from me in that motel room.
"Listen up, daughter,"
Gino yells.
"I have a few things I want to say to you."
I don't know what comes over me as the moment the word daughter leaves his lips. I spring to my feet and spin to face him. Horseman grabs my hand and pulls me back down, pinning me with a glare.
"Jesus Christ, woman, are you trying to get shot?"
He won't shoot me. I don't know how I know this, but I've never been more sure of anything in my life. If Gino were going to kill me, he wouldn't want it to be quick. He'd want to draw out the pain and make me regret the choice to deny him as my father as much as he possibly could.
"Okay,"
Horseman shoots back, glaring at me.
"Well, what about my life, then? Do you not care about that? 'Cause Falcon will murder me slowly if I let anything happen to you." "Oh, Hermione,"
Gino calls, and I roll my eyes before flashing Horseman an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. He studies me for a second before nodding.
"Apology accepted."
Thank God, Raja whispers, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he wipes away a few fake tears.
"That was beautiful, truly. Now what the fuck are we gonna do about the 3 douchebags by the door?"
He won't shoot me, I tell them again, glancing back and forth between the two of them. Both of them stare back at me, bewildered.
"And how the hell do you know that?"
Raja asks. I sigh, memories from my time in the motel room coming back to me. Shooting me would be too quick for Gino. If he wanted to kill me, he'd want to take his time, draw it out and make it hurt as much as possible. He'd want to break me mentally before he ever gave me the reprieve of death.
"What the fuck?"
Horseman breathes, looking even more baffled than before.
Also, did I hear him right when he called you his daughter?"
Raja asks, and I nod. I wasn't ready to talk about all this with anyone but Falcon. Gino forced my hand, though, and it made me hate him even more.
"He's your father?"
I shrug, glancing between the two of them. Seems like it.
"So,"
Raja draws out, arching a brow in question.
"Do you want to talk to him?" "Hermione!"
Gino bellows, the rage in his voice making my stomach sink as I turn to Raja and shake my head. Not really, but I don't see what choice we have. Horseman sits up a little straighter.
"I'll go with you. Raja, you stay down here and try to get a hold of Falcon or anyone else that can come give us some backup."
Raja nods and digs his phone out of his pocket. As he begins scrolling through his recently called numbers to find Falcon's, Horseman turns to me and nods.
"Let's do this."
We stand at the same time and turn to face Gino and his men. As soon as he sees my face, that grin I hate with every ounce of my being makes an appearance.
"Ah, there she is."
Go fuck yourself, Gino, I tell him, not giving one single shit if he decides to shoot me. Well, okay, maybe one shit, because if he did that, I would never see Falcon again, and that would be unbearable.
"Hermione,"
he sighs, waving his gun in front of his face.
"What did I say about respecting your father?"
I cross my arms over my chest, remembering the way he backhanded me again and again. And what did I tell you when you kidnapped me? You are nothing more than a sperm donor.
"Seems she needs another lesson in respect, boys,"
he says, chuckling to himself as he looks over at his men. I meet Ko's gaze as he watches me with a predatory stare, but I ignore the shiver that snakes down my spine as I look back at Gino. You can beat me as many times as you like, and have your men rape me until I take my last breath. But I will never acknowledge you as anything more than that. Horseman turns to look at me. I can feel his gaze on the side of my face as he processes the new information he just received, but I refuse to look away from Gino and let him win. Never again. Gino grins.
We'll see about that, daughter.
In my peripheral vision, I see something move and glance over as Falcon and the rest of his men creep up to the front of the coffee shop. Gino hasn't noticed them yet with his back to the door, and I need to keep them distracted for as long as I can. Turning back to Gino, I flash him the same smile he's so fond of showing me. You don't really think that will work, do you? Honestly, you did your worst to try and make me submit to you. It didn't work. So to keep pushing at this point is just pathetic. He takes a menacing step forward.
Watch your tone, bitch.
Or what? I ask. Horseman is staring at me like I'm absolutely insane, meaning he hasn't seen his brothers making their move yet either. But I can't do anything to alert him or Gino might notice. Gino raises his gun and aims it at Horseman. My heart leaps into my throat. Oh God, no, I didn't mean for Horseman or Raja to get hurt, and I'll never forgive myself if I'm the reason that anything else happens to them.
Or what?
He asks, taking another step toward me as he keeps his gun trained on Horseman. The front door opens and I whisper a sigh of relief when the bell doesn't go off. It's lying on the floor a few feet from the door, and the only thing I can conclude is that it was hit during all the shooting. Falcon, Kinetic, and Hawk sneak into the shop, but I don't see anyone else. Gino takes another step toward me, pulling my attention back to him.
How about I kill these two fuckers and just take you again? Who is going to fucking save you this time? I will.
Falcon's voice is steel, leaving not a shred of doubt to the truth in it as he steps up behind Gino, who startles at the sound of Falcon's voice. He spins, but Falcon is faster, hitting him in the back of the head with his own gun before Gino can do anything to defend himself. As he falls at Falcon's feet, I glance over at Ko and Sandman, grinning when I see them both crumpled on the floor, Kinetic and Hawk standing behind their bodies. The back door flies open and the rest of the guys file in, guns drawn, but when they see that everything is under control, they stand down. Falcon erases the distance between us and shoves our table barrier out of the way before pulling me into his arms. But I don't even get to enjoy his embrace before he pulls back to place his hands on my cheeks and inspect me.
Are you okay, baby?
I smile up at him and lay one of my hands over his. I'm okay.
Fuck me,
he whispers, pulling me back into his body and pressing his lips to my forehead as he releases a sigh, and tension seeps out of his body. I know. He takes a deep breath, almost like he's breathing me in to make sure I'm really here, that I'm really okay, before he turns to face Kinetic and Hawk. He tucks me into his side and nods to them.
Get all their hands tied,
he orders, and the two of them pull some zip ties out of their back pockets before getting to work. As Kinetic secures Gino's hands behind his back, he starts to come around again.
What the fuck?
He grumbles, trying to free his hand from the restraints, and I can't help but smile at the parallels to when I woke up in the motel room. Clearly still out of it, he looks around, and when he meets my eyes, he stops. I can't look away as all the pieces start to fall back into place for him, and just when I expect him to realize how utterly fucked he is, he smiles.
Don't fucking smile at her,
Falcon snaps, pulling me closer, but Gino's grin only grows, and then he starts to laugh.
Get him the fuck out of here.
Kinetic reaches down and grabs Gino's arms, yanking him to his feet as he continues to cackle, never once taking his eyes off me, and I can't help but tremble in Falcon's arms. I have no idea what it means, but it can't be anything good.
Oh, Hermione?
He calls as Kinetic begins leading him away, turning back over his shoulder to meet my gaze.
Just wanted to let you know that I'm really sorry about your mom and dad.
My brows furrow, and the air gets trapped in my chest. What? But instead of giving me any kind of satisfactory answer, he just cackles some more, and my heart sinks like a stone.
Chapter 18. Falcon. Hawk, watch Hermione. Kinetic, make sure these fucks are dealt with, but I want them alive. Moneybags and Vader, I want you two with me. The rest of you split up between Hawk and Kinetic. I want enough people with my woman, and enough of you with these fuckers who are going to pay greatly for what they've done. With every word, venom comes straight through my voice. My heart pounds in my chest as anxiousness rises within me, and while I'm hoping Gino's bluffing, I know deep down he isn't. Men like him don't bluff about shit like this, and it makes them that much worse to deal with. Hermione stares at me with a mixture of shock and fear crossing her face. Her hands shake violently, as his words must be replaying in her mind, and I can't blame her for showing her emotion right now. She covers her hand over her mouth, and with every inhale she takes, her body shakes. I wrap my arms around Hermione and hold her as tightly as I can. While I'm holding her in my arms, I press my lips to her ear. I'm going to check things out. I'll meet you back at the clubhouse when I'm done. I hold on to her for a few seconds longer, and as I finally pull away, she grabs onto my hand.
I want to go with you,
she stutters out, but she sounds determined to come along with me. Little does she know it's not something I'm going to allow. There's a high likelihood that her parents are dead, and I don't want her last memory of them to be their lifeless bodies. No, you're going to the clubhouse, and I'll come find you as soon as I know what's really happened. What's happened? I told you. They're dead. Gino maniacally laughs, and the next thing I know, Kinetic's jamming his foot into the old man's stomach. Good. It's a nice start for what he'll have to deal with in the pit. Hermione glances over at Gino for a mere second, but I force her face to look at me. I'm going there right now, but I need you at the clubhouse where I know you're safe. Unless you're there, I'm not going to be able to focus, and I need to focus. Hermione gives me a curt nod, and then Hawk comes over to stand next to the most precious thing in the world to me. She's in safe hands, Prez. Go check things out. I'll make sure she gets to the club. I nod at Hawk, knowing she's perfectly safe, and press a kiss to the center of Hermione's forehead. She's a wreck right now, and it's obvious as fuck. I can't even blame her, because if the shoe were on the other foot, I'd be upset too. I rush over to my bike, mount her, and start her up in record time. Moneybags and Vader are hot on my heels, and the three of us ride through town at lightning speed until we're at Hermione's childhood home. I know the place well, since I've seen her parents on many different occasions. They're great people, and it's all I can think about as I get off my bike and head up the steps to their house. As soon as I'm in front of the door, I wipe my feet on the carpet that reads, "Home is where the heart is," and then knock. But alas, there's no answer. I wrap my hand around the doorknob and turn it. Unsurprisingly, it gives way with no pushback. I head inside the impeccably decorated home with the guys right behind me. We're prepared for anything, but there isn't a peep coming from the house. Not a sound from a television or even a radio. Then my eyes spot it. Crimson red. Hermione's father is tied to a dining room chair with ropes, a bullet hole going through his forehead. Meanwhile, his wife's body is only a few feet away from him. She's lying down on the floor, half on their hardwood floors, half on the living room carpet. If I had to guess, Gino made her father watch as they stabbed his wife repeatedly. The knife's even on the carpet. These idiots are so fucking messy. But I guess I shouldn't be shocked in the least bit. Gino probably thought he'd get Hermione and be out of here before any of us even realized what happened in the first place. Fucking Christ, man. Vader shakes his head. This was senseless. Moneybags adds his input, and I nod. This wasn't needed whatsoever. These people weren't hurting anyone, and if you ask me, they were some of the kindest people in town. And now they're dead. For what? To be some pawn in a sick bastard's game? To be used as payment for all of his anger? It's bullshit, and it's fucking pissing me off that Hermione's lost her parents because of him. I fish my phone out of my back pocket and call the only person I know who is going to need to handle this. The blade is right there on the ground, and while the gun isn't here, I know who it's going to track back to. Someone in the Lucifer's Heretics MC. Falcon, it's been a long time since you called. Everything okay? Callahan, a man I went to school with, asks me. He also happens to be the sheriff of our town. I'll be honest with you. It's not. I'm at 136 Wilkinson Street. You need to come here, and I'd bring a crime scene unit as well. It's my girlfriend's parents' house, and we were told her parents were dead. My club came here to check on them, and they're dead, Callahan. Her father was shot in the head, and it looks like her mother was stabbed. There's even a bloody knife a few feet away from her body. Fucking hell. I'll be right there. But I think you know I have to ask you and whoever is with you to stay and give us statements, Callahan tells me, and I know the drill. Most officers would assume my club or I had something to do with it straight off the bat, but Callahan knows me. He knows my character, my integrity, and that my men or I aren't capable of gruesomeness such as this. I do. We'll wait for you until you get here, and do whatever you need, I tell him, and we say our goodbyes. Moneybags begins walking around the house. I figure he's doing a sweep to make sure there isn't anyone else lurking around, and Vader begins doing the same thing. All I can do is stare at Hermione's parents' lifeless bodies, thinking about what a waste this act of violence was. In my book, there are people who deserve to die, and people who don't. Hermione's parents definitely didn't deserve this. As I'm in my own internal thoughts, I'm glancing around the home, noticing a blinking red light flashing at me. It's in the corner of the living room, pointing right down at me. Sure enough, I head into the kitchen and find another one, and head into the foyer and find another. Thank God they have cameras throughout this whole place. It not only corroborates that my club isn't involved in their deaths, but it will pin the blame on the Lucifer's Heretics MC. But I'm not simply going to hand Gino over to Callahan. I'll hand over Sandman and Co. with no hesitation. But Gino is mine to deal with, and mine alone. If Callahan asks me what happened to Gino, I'll tell him he slipped through my fingertips, or I never had him in the first place. I'm not above lying to an officer of the law, especially when it hits this close to home. Within 10 minutes, Callahan and his crime scene unit are in the house. He even has 2 other officers here, and they pull each of us into separate areas, asking for statements of what we saw when we got here. I let Callahan know about the cameras, and he asks me if Hermione has any login information. I didn't even think about that, but I'm sure she does. Fuck. If she logged in, she would have seen everything. Callahan tells me he has everything he needs, but if I can get him the login information, to do that as soon as possible. So I will. But first, I need to get back to the club and check on Hermione. I ride faster than I ever have, and I'm sure if a cop had pulled me over, they would have given me a misdemeanor or maybe even a felony, if that's possible in the first place. I get to the clubhouse safe and sound, and as soon as I push the doors open, I'm looking around the joint for Hermione. Only, she's nowhere to be found. She's in your bedroom, Hawk tells me as my fear starts to go over every part of my body. I head into my bedroom and find her on the bed, crying her ever-loving eyes out. Hermione, I'm so fucking sorry, baby. I know what I'm saying isn't going to make a difference right now, but I have to let her know I'm here for her. This is awful, and it's downright painful. There won't be any way around any of that, but I will never let her feel like she's alone.
Chapter 19. Hermione. I shouldn't have done it. I never should have logged on to my parents' home security system and watched the tape of the last 24 hours. But when Falcon banned me from going with him, what other choice did I have? Hawk brought me back here to the clubhouse, and Gino's words kept blasting through my head like a freight train. How could I just sit around and do nothing while Falcon went over to their house to check things out? How could I avoid getting the answers I so desperately needed when there was such an easy way for me to obtain them? God, I should have, though. I'll never be able to scrub the image of Gino plunging a knife into my mother's body over and over again while my dad watched, or the image of him putting the gun to my father's forehead and pulling the trigger. My parents are dead. I am an orphan now, and I have no one. And this day will haunt me for the rest of my life.
Hermione, I'm so fucking sorry, baby.
Falcon's voice pierces through the haze I've been content to wallow in, and I turn toward the door, blinking up at him as he stares back at me. There is wariness and pity in his brown eyes as he takes a tentative step toward me.
Baby.
I already know, I tell him. My voice, it doesn't even sound like my own, but that's of little concern to me at this moment as I turn back to stare at the wall on the other side of the room, losing myself in the chasm that used to be my heart. My parents are dead, and I'm all alone. Above all else, that's the one thing I keep thinking about again and again. And I know I should be feeling something right now, but there is a certain bliss in the nothingness. The numbness blanketing my body is infused with a sense of peace that makes it easy to let myself get washed out to sea. I know it should hurt. It's going to hurt, eventually. But right now, I just want to enjoy the void.
What do you know, Hermione?
Falcon asks. I'm vaguely aware of him closing the distance between us as he moves into my peripheral vision. But then he kneels next to the bed, right in my line of sight, and forces me to meet his gaze. Our eyes meet, his so full of concern, and it feels like a hot poker in my chest. Ah, there it is, the pain. As I suck in a stuttered breath, the image of Gino stabbing my mother as my father sat, tied to a dining room chair, unable to do anything to save her, flashes through my mind once more. The moment her body fell to the floor and he opened his mouth to let out an agonizing silent scream, he followed closely behind it as the nothingness abandoned me completely. "They're dead," I whisper, a sob ripping itself from my body and contorting my words as pain blooms in my chest before spreading outward through the rest of my body viciously. It's an insidious weed, choking everything else in its path to consume me. "Fuck," he hisses under his breath, and the hand he laid on the bed clenches as he drops his chin to his chest and takes a deep breath before meeting my gaze again. I can hardly see him through the tears streaming down my cheeks. When in the hell did I start crying?
"You watched the video."
All I can do is nod, unable to stop the deluge of agony that assaults me at the mention of the tape I should have never looked at. It's all-encompassing, eating away at every part of me, and I know if I survive this, I'll never be quite the same again. I can't help but remember just a few months ago, at Thanksgiving, how Mom and Dad spent the whole day laughing and so full of life. And I don't think they went more than 5 minutes without touching each other. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always adamantly believed that my parents were soulmates, destined for each other. And I was never more convinced of that than I was when I walked into the kitchen after dinner and found them slow dancing to an old country song, both so lost in the moment that they didn't even hear me come in. And now, they're gone. I will never hear my dad's booming laugh again, or have my mom swat me out of the kitchen as I try to steal a cookie that's still too hot to eat. If I ever get married, my mom won't be there to help me plan the perfect day, and my dad won't get to walk me down the aisle. And kids, if I'm ever lucky enough to have kids of my own, they'll never know their grandparents. Oh, God. The sobs are unrelenting at this point, and I struggle to breathe past their assault. I place a hand on my chest and look up at the man I love. He looks as fucking heartbroken as I feel, and seeing my pain reflected back at me brings another wave of anguish. I claw at my chest like I might be able to wrap a fist around my pain and yank it out. Falcon stands and climbs onto the bed next to me before pulling me into his arms. As he holds me tightly to his body, the safety I always feel with him just makes it easier for me to fall apart, and I grip his t-shirt in my fist as I sob harder.
"I'm so sorry, baby,"
he whispers, rocking me back and forth.
"So fucking sorry."
Mal, I stutter, trying to plead with him to make this torment stop, but I can't even get the word out past the unyielding wail of pain leaving my lips.
"I'm here, sweetheart."
I shake my head and push against his stomach until he lets me sit back. My hand moves up to his chest and my fingers curl, digging into him as I gasp for breath. Make it stop. His eyes widen and he looks at me like I've grown another head.
"How?"
Oh, God. How in the hell am I supposed to know? All I can think is that I need this to end. I need a distraction, something to make me forget about everything that has happened today. My gaze falls to his lips, and I wonder if kissing him would give me something else to focus on, other than my agony. He catches on to my line of thinking almost instantly and shakes his head.
"Hermione, no. Let me take care of you."
I'm more certain than ever that this is what I need. This is how you take care of me. I need you, Malcolm.
Fuck.
he whispers, searching my eyes as indecision rages in his own. He doesn't make me wait, though, relenting rather easily and yanking me down onto his waiting lips. It doesn't happen instantly, but his kiss gives me the distraction I so desperately need, and I want more. Without pulling my lips from his, I turn my body and swing my leg over his lap, so I am straddling him as I press my hands to his chest and slide them up to his neck. Malcolm is putty in my hands any time I run my fingers through the hair at the base of his head, and as I do it now, he practically melts into me with a sigh. Yes, more. My pain is temporarily forgotten, and I throw all my energy and focus into kissing the man I love with every fucking piece of my decimated heart, and he responds to me, sliding his hands around my waist to my back. He slips them under my shirt, and when they touch my bare skin, I let out a whimper. This is it. This is what I need. As I reach between us to unbutton his jeans, he puts a hand on mine and pulls back, searching my eyes.
Are you sure? This is what you need.
My nod feels a little frantic. Make me forget, baby. At least for a little while.
Fuck, Hermione.
He growls as he reaches up and gently places his fingers around my throat.
Only you could make me as hard as a fucking rock at a time like this.
Another whimper leaves my lips, and I feel absolutely feral as I reach between us and rub my hand over his erection, straining against the fabric of his jeans. He drops his head back against the wall, letting out a soft groan, and I lean in, pressing my lips to his throat. His hands move to my hips, gripping them tightly as I kiss a line down his neck, savoring the taste of his skin and the smell of his cologne. One of his hands snakes up my back and into my hair. He grabs a chunk of it and gives it a tug, pulling my head back slightly so he can claim my lips again. Goosebumps race across my flesh, and warmth rushes through my body. More. I need more. Taking my hand off his cock, I settle on top of him and grind down on his lap, desperate for friction, and as I hit just the right spot, I rip my lips from his and throw my head back with a moan, doing it again and again. With one hand still clutching my hip, he pushes me down, aiding in my attempt to pacify the white-hot need rampaging its way through my body. But it's still not enough. I place my hands on his chest again, gripping his t-shirt like it's a goddamn life raft, as he leans in and presses his lips to the column of my throat. A shiver slithers down my spine, and my pussy throbs with the need to feel him inside of me. Malcolm, I moan, continuing the rocking of my hips as I meet his eyes. I need you. Please. He groans.
Jesus Christ, I love it when you fucking beg for my cock, baby.
Clothes off. Now. I'm past the point of coherent thoughts or sentences, and I don't care. Call me desperate, frantic, or out of my fucking mind, and you'd be right on the money. I need to feel him thrusting into me and dragging his thick, hard cock back out to remind me that I'm still alive. I need him to help me remember that there are still things to live for after everything I've seen and been through today. We both lose our shirts rather quickly, tossing them to the floor along with my bra before he stands with me in his arms and carries me over to the wall. My bare back presses against the cold stone bricks, and I suck in a breath as my body arches into him.
Wrap your legs around my waist, sweetheart.
I do as I'm told, enveloping his hips with my thighs and holding on for dear life as he drops his hands from my body. Between the wall at my back and Malcolm at my front, I'm able to hold myself up as he reaches around me and shoves his jeans off, kicking his boots off when the material bunches up around his ankles. Once he's kicked his way out of his jeans as well, he places his hands on my ass and pulls me away from the wall to set me on my feet. His hands dive for the button of my own jeans, and before I even have time to blink, he's got them and my panties off, and he's scooping me up again. This time, when he presses my back to the cold stone, I'm prepared for it, hissing under my breath instead of contorting myself to escape the sensation. He leans in and kisses me again, his lips tender and loving, but it's not what I need. As I shove my fingers into his hair, I sink my teeth into his bottom lip, and he growls, mashing my body against the wall. "Fuck me, baby," I tell him. "I want to feel you pounding inside me." I swear his eyes roll back into his head slightly as the words leave my lips, and he reaches between us to grab his cock and line it up at my entrance. "Yes, do it." He presses his lips to the side of my neck gently as he plunges his cock inside me, the contradiction so satisfying that I almost throw my head back into the stone wall behind me. Oh God, it feels so fucking good. I am obsessed with the sensation of him filling me, and I may never get enough. But instead of moving like I so desperately want him to, he just holds me in his arms and buries his head in my neck, breathing me in. "Are you good?" he asks, and I shake my head. He pulls back to meet my eyes, and I grab his face in my hand, his stubble scratching against my fingertips. "Fuck me, Malcolm." He groans and pulls back, hesitating for just a second before driving back into me with the force I need. My eyes close, and I revel in the pleasure of him inside me, working me up to what I know will be a powerful orgasm. But he doesn't let me enjoy it for too long before he slaps my ass. "Eyes on me, baby." Oh, yes. Eye contact. I can't help but grin as I do as I'm told and meet his gaze. The fire in his eyes as he powers into me adds another element to this experience, one I wasn't even aware I needed, and I grip the back of his neck, letting him look his fill. Although I'm almost certain we'll never reach a point where Malcolm feels like he's had enough of looking at me. Or at least, I hope so. "You are so fucking gorgeous like this, sweetheart," he whispers through gritted teeth, a sure sign that he's fighting off his orgasm already, keeping it at bay to make sure I get mine too. He grips my ass with one hand, moving me with him on each thrust of his hips as the other reaches between us. He rolls my nipple between his thumb and pointer finger, and my pussy clenches around his length in response. "Shit," he bites out, never once taking his eyes from mine. "You need to get there, baby." I slide my free hand down my belly and find my clit, circling the little bundle of nerves as he continues to fuck me into the wall. The orgasm that's been lurking in the background rushes forward, and I use my other hand to grip his shoulder as it detonates inside me. I scream, my back arching off the wall and my pussy clamping down on his cock, but I never once take my eyes off his. He finds his own release a moment later, gripping the back of my neck and roaring my name as he jerks, spilling into me. It's so goddamn intense, so fucking good, and it takes every ounce of willpower I have to not close my eyes as my pussy continues to contract and pulse around his length. His chest heaves as he struggles to catch his breath, and there is a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Honestly, he's never looked sexier. "I fucking love you, Hermione," he murmurs once he's finally able to breathe normally, and I nod, using my grip on his shoulder to pull him in for a kiss. I love you too, baby. When his lips press against mine, he sighs, and I finally close my eyes, letting myself soak up the moment and the calm that settles over us as his lips move against mine. I'll never get enough of this. Him, us together, the way he can make me forget everything else but this one perfect moment. And just like that, the pain comes back. But it's easier to manage this time, less intense and overwhelming. He pulls away and meets my gaze. How are you now? I shrug, trying my best to smile, but I can't quite seem to get there. I'm okay. Come here, baby, he whispers, pulling me away from the wall and carrying me back over to the bed. He sits on the edge of the mattress with his cock still buried inside me and threads his fingers through my hair. You're not alone, Hermione. I will be right by your side as you deal with this, okay? I nod, my lips trembling as tears threaten again. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. I fucking love you, and I would never let you go through this alone. I can't think of anything to say in response, and there's a good chance I would just start crying again if I tried. So instead, I lay my head on his shoulder and allow him to provide me with the comfort I need. In the silence, my mind races over the events of the day. And when I remember Kinetic leading Gino out of the coffee shop, I sit up. Malcolm meets my eyes, his brows furrowing as he searches my face. You have Gino? He nods, relaxing as he brushes his thumb over my cheek. Yeah, we've got him, baby. He's never going to hurt you again. What are you going to do with him? I ask, and he watches me for a moment, wariness creeping into his eyes again. He'll be dealt with. I arch a brow. You're going to kill him? It's not like I care. Gino is responsible for inflicting more pain on me than I've ever felt before, both physically and emotionally. So I couldn't give one single shit if Falcon and his brothers end his life. In fact, I'd be pissed if they didn't. Yes. I nod, placing both of my hands on his cheeks. I need you to do something for me. Anything, he answers without hesitation, reminding me yet again just why I love this man so damn much. As I stare back at him, all the times Gino hit me in the motel pop into my mind, and then all the times his men raped me on his orders. The images of him killing my parents follow in rapid succession. Make it hurt, baby, I whisper, and when Falcon scowls, I add, make him suffer for every single thing he did to me. Can you do that? A second passes before a slow smile teases his lips. With pleasure.
Chapter 20. Falcon. Hermione's pain won't simply subside or fade into the darkness. I know that, and every single thing I do from here on out is going to be for her. I love that woman more than I've ever loved anyone else, and I'd do anything for her. Literally, anything. She's been through so much pain over these last few weeks, from being abducted and beaten, to raped, to getting back into the normalcy of her life, only for her parents to be brutally murdered. It's not right. No one should ever have to endure the things she has. Yet she's finding a way to be strong through it all. Personally, I think she's getting through it because of the anger she has for Gino. And I think once I've dealt with him, that every horrible feeling she could possibly feel is going to come rushing in. It'll be like a dam that broke, and the water will be catastrophic. In this case, the water is a representation of her emotions. I've left Hermione alone in the bedroom we share while I head out back. Raja came back to the club and was told to sit until someone came to patch him up. Luckily, the bullet didn't nick any organs since he was shot in the leg. It didn't hit any major blood vessels either. If it had, we'd be dealing with an entirely different situation. Bones is with him while one of the club's contacts is checking Raja over. She might be finished giving him stitches by now, but I haven't checked in. The first thing I needed to do was tend to Hermione, so since I've done that, I can get back to Gino. Moneybags, Hawk, and Merlin are already down here, so I sent a text to the group chat for the club, so anyone else who could be here is. The only exceptions are Mace and Snowden, since they're both prospecting for the club, and then Bones and Raja. Once Mace and Snowden are patched in, they'll be able to be with the rest of us in situations like this. I know the two of them get frustrated, especially since they aren't invited to church, but there's a reason I do things the way I do. I've seen far too many rats hidden within the club to blindly trust anyone. So, they'll serve their time just like the rest of us have. Gino's hanging up by heavy chains on a support beam in the middle of the pit. There's a singular garage light hanging over him, and my brothers have already gone to town on him quite a bit. He has swelling underneath his eye, there are cut marks along his arms, and he has a busted lip. It's nothing like what's about to happen to him, though. I'm surprised you didn't hand me over to the cops like your boys did with Sandman and Co. Should have known you all are a bunch of pussies. Gino spits at my feet, and I don't give him the luxury of getting a rise out of me. It's interesting how you choose to look at things. I sacrificed 2 of your men so I could be the one to bring you to an end. And you seem to think that makes me a pussy? It doesn't. It makes me a leader who calculates what's most important and makes sacrifices if needed. Did I want your boys to be here to see you suffer slowly? Yeah, I did. But unfortunately, I couldn't have my cake and eat it too. All you're doing is making a terrible excuse for your bad planning. You're one pathetic excuse of a president. You know that? From where I'm standing, you don't have the right to be talking. As soon as I finish speaking, I head over to the shelf and pick up my blowtorch. We've used this on enemies for a handful of occasions, but I'll enjoy using it on Gino the most. I turn the blowtorch on, and once the red mixed with orange flames comes out from the device, I inch it closer to his skin. He keeps his eyes right on me and doesn't act like he's scared in the least bit. But I know he is. He has to be. You can't really be alive if you don't fear death or the pain that life can bring you. And I plan on bringing him a world full of pain. I bring the flame right against his skin, and he jolts against it, trying to get away from it. I don't blame him. I'd be doing the same fucking thing. But the more he struggles, the closer to his skin I bring the blowtorch. Gino screams, squealing like a pig, actually, and from the corner of my eye, I spot Hawk walking behind him with a machete. Hawk strikes against his back over and over again, and the confused expression on Gino's face makes this worth my while. He knew I was here, but he never thought for a second that someone else in my club would start on him while I was in the middle of torturing him. One by one, all of my brothers continued taking turns. First it's Hawk, then Vader, and then we go down the line. After a point, I'm sure the flame has hit every piece of skin on Gino's body. But there's one part in particular that I want to fry. His genitals. I bring the blowtorch lower and keep it right where I want it to be. He screams and thrashes, but I don't move it one bit. I count in my head until I reach 120 seconds, and then I remove it. I aim my gun at the center of his abdomen and fire, shooting without a second thought. Hawk releases the chains holding Gino up, and Gino falls like a dead weight on the cement floor. He's silent for a while, but I should know better than for him to give up so easily. He loves to talk, and loves to egg people on whenever he can. There are more of us than any of you know. I hope you realize that with my death, there will be no solitude. There will only be more chaos, and it will be 10 times worse than it has been. Gino spits blood out between his words, and it's obvious the man is struggling to stay alive as blood oozes from a gunshot wound in his abdomen. I'm not one for open-ended threats. I don't care if what you're saying is true. Whoever comes, I will deal with them. And if more come after that, I will put them in the ground the same way I'm putting you in it. What Gino doesn't know is how prepared I am to take care of my own. I'll do whatever it takes, no matter the cost. The only thing that's important to me is keeping my brothers, their families, and my own family alive. My own family now consists of Hermione, in addition to my mother. I aim my gun at Gino's chest, because I want his death to be painful. We've tortured him enough, and I know every single thing we've done has been filled with the most pain imaginable. But his death will keep with the same theme. I pull the trigger without 1 ounce of hesitation. As his chest jolts back from the impact of the bullet, a sense of relief washes over me. Though I have a deep feeling in the pit of my stomach that it'll be short-lived. I want to hope and pray that Gino is bluffing, that he's said whatever he can to try to give him more time on this earth. But the cruel reality is that he probably does have allies, or others within his club that I haven't seen yet. Regardless, I'll have to do some calling around to other presidents within my allies' clubs. I'm certain someone will know something. When push comes to shove, we'll deal with it however we need to. But most importantly, we'll deal with it together. I'll leave my brothers to deal with Gino's body, because I have a woman in the club who needs me by her side, now more than ever. This concludes Falcon by Elizabeth Knox and A.M. Myers, narrated by Christian Black and Lori West. Copyright 2022 by Elizabeth Knox and A.M. Myers. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth Knox, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.